I'm calling to order the special session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, April 27, 2021 at 6 p.m. Ms. Manousis, roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. We will begin our commission meeting this evening with a special presentation to honor an exceptional resident. And I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Tarpon Springs to honor Carol Ellis Martin and to express our deepest gratitude for her kindness and generous contributions to our city. I am privileged to read the resolution, which is the item number 1 in memorandum resolution for Carol Martin. And the resolution reads, Resolution 2020-21-25, City of Tarpon Springs. A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, extending the city's deep and heartfelt sympathy on the passing of Karen Ellis Martin. Whereas we are profoundly grieved at the passing of Karen Ellis Martin, a friend, an upstanding citizen, and deeply caring for our community. Whereas Karen Martin resided most of her life in Tarpon Springs. She was a daughter of Alpheus Ellis, a prominent banker and philanthropist in our local community, and Helen Ellis, a respected longtime member of the hospital's volunteer auxiliary. Whereas Carol Ellis Martin graduated from Tarpon High School and later established a renewable scholarship program for Tarpon Springs High School graduates. She was a major supporter of the Jacobson Culinary Arts Academy, Tarpon Springs High School, chair of the Ellis Foundation, and a benefactor of the construction of the Helen Ellis Memorial Hospital and the City Library, fulfilling a promise to her father. Whereas Carol Ellis Martin was also a supporter of Tarpon Springs Epicenter, past board members of St. Petersburg Junior College, chair of Parkinson and Down syndrome research at USF, member of the Children's Home Society of Florida, and a board member of the NCNB. And whereas Carol Ellis Martin assumed the duties of her father's many businesses, which she continued throughout her life. Carol Ellis Martin, many accomplishments are measured by the number of lives she touched through her philanthropy and generosity. Whereas it is desired of the Board of Commissioners to pay tribute to the memory of an outstanding friend and citizen, Carol Ellis Martin, well loved and admired by so many of us. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, that which expressed to the family of Carol Ellis Martin, namely her daughters, Christine, Lynn, and Helen, 7 grandchildren, extended family and friends, our heartfelt sympathies. Be it further resolved that a copy of the resolution be spread up on the minutes of the City Commission and the copies to be transmitted to the family of Carol Ellis Martin and the State of Florida Archives and the Tarpon Springs Historical Society. The resolution has been signed by Mayor Chris LaHousas, Vice Mayor Carr, Commissioner Terrapini, Commissioner Donovan, and Commissioner Vaticiotis. I don't know if anyone is here from the family. If not, we're going to mail the resolution. And we're now going to the public comments on this item. Anybody has any comments on this item, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address, please. From the podium there.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mark Licouris, and Chief Young. It is an honor and privilege to stand here in remembrance of Miss Carol Ellis Martin. We all know that Carol was generous, benevolent, spiritual, and a humble soul. Speaking from a recent experience, there are no words of condolence that can ease her family's pain. On behalf of Tarpon Springs Shepherd Center's Board of Directors, staff, volunteers, and the thousands of people Carol Martin helped throughout the year, Carol will always be remembered as the Shepherd's guardian angel. Carol was one of the truest friends of the Shepherd Center and has been a support of our programs for many years, way before I was blessed with meeting her. A generosity of spirit. There are lives that have moved from being hopeless and damaged to being blessed, healthy because of her partnership with our daily work. Without Carol Martin, you would not see the holiday baskets on the tables of those in need at Christmas, or the fresh produce topping the boxes of pantry goods going into the hands of thousands of hundreds of families, especially during the past year during this pandemic. Because of Carol Martin, we were able to put a down payment on the Shepherd Center building. She was one of our benefactors that allowed us to construct the Hope Center, where the homeless receive daily hot meals, showers, do their laundry, and receive mental health counseling. These gifts only scratch the surface of her selflessness and generosity to the Shepherd Center. Carol Martin was so much more to us than any spiritual title could capture. She was an integral part of the body put on earth to do the work of Christ. Although we all suffer now on earth without her and her generous, humble, and loving spirit, we must all find a way to honor her memory and rejoice over a life that she lived to the fullest. Carol Martin loved on our community, Tarpon Springs, with the relentless pursuit of providing for those in need. Anyone who knew or worked with her knew of her humility that she gave freely, loved our community fiercely, and relentlessly sought solutions when none seemed possible. But just as the Lord sent her to us as an answer to many of our prayers, we must trust in his divine providence. His purpose was fulfilled in her abundant life. To Christine, Leah, and Helen, and the rest of the family, as hard as this sounds and difficult to accept, we must rejoice because today she is in heaven and in the arms of our Lord Jesus Christ. There is no more pain and suffering for her. And the good news is that when our Lord calls us home, and will call you home, you will see her again. And that thought will bring a smile to your face at the end of the day's end, excuse me. The sorrow you feel is not for a life lived in vain, but one that touched the lives of many and shall go on living in the hearts of us all. We thank Carol Martin for what she brought into our lives, to her family and her staff, who was her extended family. Know that from this day on, you have a special angel watching over you, and that you will always have her angel arms around you and be blessed in every day. The Bible says, the Lord promises that he is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit, that he will wipe every tear from, that he will wipe every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain. God bless you all, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manusis, have we received any emails?
No emails, ma'am.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And Mr. Mayor, we had an issue with the link to the meeting, and at the moment, we do not have anyone in attendance. The meeting is now available via Zoom for anyone who is watching and wishes to connect that way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to the commission comments. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few words. Ms. Martin was loved by Tarpon Springs and was generous to many organizations within the city during her lifetime. She had a very kind spirit and wanted to see Tarpon Springs be successful. It was a true blessing to have the chance to know Ms. Martin throughout the years. She will be truly missed in the city of Tarpon Springs and the surrounding areas. Ms. Martin, I think the public speaker just mentioned that she did a lot of things that and really donated a lot of financially to organizations throughout the city that people weren't aware of. If you want to call it an angel investor or angel donator, she was a true angel to a lot of organizations within Tarpon Springs. With that, I think it would be respecting her her legacy and her family's legacy. I think to look at naming one of our parks after her, and if the city manager could talk about this a little bit further, but I think North Anclo Park would be a good park to look at. Currently, it doesn't have any memorial or in honor of anybody for that park. I know she loved nature and she loved preservation. So I think that would be a great way to honor Miss Martin and what she's done, what her family's done for the community for so many years. So I'd like to ask the city manager to, if the board's in favor, to at least work in that direction and work with the family on what we could do to at least have an honorary name for that park for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Terpa, excuse me, Commissioner Terpa.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just want to say how saddened I was by the passing of Mrs. Martin. I was fortunate enough to know her at a very young age, and she was always as kind and as sweet from the first time I met her until the last time that we shared a room together. She will be missed. She and her father and her family were certainly philanthropic throughout the community, and I think we can all be very appreciative of that. I'm proud to know her. I'm proud that my family knew her, and she'll certainly be missed. So with that, I offer my condolences to the family, and we hope that y'all remain in Tarpon Springs and are no stranger to our community and know where to find us when you need something. She gave so much that we're happy to do anything that we can for y'all. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I didn't have the opportunity to know Miss Martin personally, but I do know the positive impact she made on our city. Everyone speaks so highly of her. Her reputation was so well earned, and I truly appreciate all that she did for our community. My thoughts and prayers are with her family at this time, and I'm happy to look into honoring her with a park name or any form of remembrance that we can.
Commissioner Ticiotis.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege of knowing Ms. Martin, actually her dad as well, Mr. Alalis, when I was city manager, and worked on several issues during that time, and also later in helping her develop her Mar-Mar Marina, which I know she cherished a great deal. And she was a great woman and a great businesswoman as well. And I enjoyed working with her during those times those brief times that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Also like to know that a magnolia tree will be planted at the bayou in her memory. And that's already been communicated with Christine and the other daughters. So that's what she likes to have. Thank you very much. And now we're going to the item number 2, which is the healthcare heroes at Advent Health North Pinellas. This evening, we have an opportunity to express our appreciation and the gratitude to the healthcare heroes at the Advent Health North Pinellas Hospital here in Tarpon Springs. We would like to take this opportunity and to say thank you to everyone for their sacrifices that they make every day, especially during the pandemic. And I can say that the dedication that our healthcare workers have in Tarpon Springs Hospital is second to none. So I am very appreciative for that. We also have a appreciation plaque that I would like to read. And it reads, "In appreciation of outstanding service presented to the Advent Health North Pinellas, in honor and recognition of the Advent Health North Pinellas healthcare heroes who have lived up to their commitment to serve over the year, we have all witnessed a global pandemic that has raised a humanitarian challenge and continues to evolve daily. While it's been difficult, it also has been heartening to see the Advent Health North Pinellas team rise to the occasion to serve and care for the surrounding communities at a time of critical need. The COVID-19 pandemic impact and touched over 63 departments and over 700 employees at the Advent Health North Pinellas. A group of everyday heroes from tech support to environmental services, all the way to the healthcare professionals came together as one to extend the healing of Ministry of Christ. The healthcare heroes at the Advent Health North Pinellas worked over 1,043,916 hours. The healthcare heroes at the Advent Health North Pinellas care for 43,492 patients. The healthcare heroes at the Advent Health North Pinellas provided 10,818 hours of volunteered hours for resources needs for COVID-19 relief. The Advent Health North Pinellas administrated vaccination site with a manpower consistent of 780 hours. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our lives in a profound and unprecedented way. The residents and the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs are forever grateful to all the staff of the Advent Health North Pinellas for their bravery, the sacrifice, and the unflagging compassion. So it is my honor to present plaque to Mr. Jason Dunkel, who is, if you please come forward. Can we get our commissioners too? Okay, thanks. Let me present these. We also like to honor the departments that are directly involved with the COVID-19. In appreciation for the outstanding service presented to the Progressive Care Unit, Advent Health North Pinellas. Thank you to the healthcare workers at the Advent Health North Pinellas, the City of Tarpon Springs, and the residents appreciate your dedication and a commitment to our community. And this is for the Progressive Care. Do we have a representative here? PCU. I have two more. Yeah, two more. Thank you so much. The next is for the intensive care unit. Do we have a representative from the ICU unit? Very grateful to you guys because I spent 4 days in ICU last year. So thank you so much. I saw you there. Yes. The next is the emergency department. Thank you. Take a picture.
Let's invite the rest of my team. We have environmental services, we have surgery, lab. They all made it happen.
Where do you want to?
Anywhere, anywhere, yeah. Where? Come out? Okay, when,
Shoot that way. When the gun, that's adjacent, so you can get that angle.
sure. Mr. Dunkel, would you like to say a few words? Right there at the podium? You have to go, around, I think. I know.
Just like to thank the commission for recognizing my staff. Hardest year in the history of healthcare, modern healthcare. And because of these guys, we are able to stand strong. You know, you think of healthcare workers, they run to the fire, right? I think they're wired opposite from most. And my team stood just amazingly well last year. So you should have a lot to be proud of here in Tarpon Springs, because we've got not only one of the best quality hospitals in this area, but we also have the people which make the difference. And we have truly amazing people here. So thank you so much on behalf of Advent Health North Pinellas for your support. I know that Mayor, City Manager, many weeks we would get on the phone and talk last year. I felt supported from each one of you. You called, you texted, and just know that made a difference too. To the residents of Tarpon Springs, thank you for your support. We had more food than I think I could have ever imagined. And you came through for the hospital. Every gift, every salad you dropped off, every dessert made a difference. It uplifted the spirit of our folks at the hospital. And so you were a part of our success as well. And I can't thank the residents of this great town enough for what you did for us to make a very difficult year even better. So thank you. Mostly thank my staff, my team. For once, they are all recognized now as heroes. And I think that's the way that they should have been before this event, but now they'll always be heroes. So thank you and God bless. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments?
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. You didn't ask for public comments for Ms. Martin. So when I read what I read, it'll be for her and for these people. But first, I would like to commend all of the people here from the hospital. Your work goes unnoticed. You work hard, tirelessly. My mom was in the hospital a number of times, and the ladies there from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., they always kept me informed of what was going on, and I knew that she got good care. So for y'all and for Miss Martin, I will read tonight Matthew 5. Now, when he saw the crowds, he went up to a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will seek God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven, for in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. May God bless all of you, and may you stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item and the previous presentation? Here none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails on this item?
No emails.
Mr. Jim, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
We do not have anyone in attendance in Zoom at this point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're now going to commission comments. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say how proud I am to call Tarpon Springs home and having Advent Health North Pinellas here as calling Tarpon Springs home also. We're truly, truly grateful for all the healthcare heroes, from the food preps to the janitorial up to the ICU and PCU and everything in between. Tarpon Springs wouldn't be the same without you all. It's truly a blessing to have you here. We're super, super grateful for all of you that do the work that of really love. I know it's a lot of, it's thankless at times. You've got to clean up a lot of messes. It's dirty. It's not fun, but you really are making that sacrifice, and it's someone's parent, it's someone's kid, it's someone's aunt and uncle. And we're truly grateful for that. So thank you so much for everything you're doing in Tarpon Springs and at Advent Health. I really feel like it's a blessing to have you all here, and I hope you feel like you're honored. We truly cherish you as a community. I know the community wouldn't be the same without you. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just want to express my appreciation for all of the hospital workers and Jason Dunkel as our CEO. I don't think we could ask for a better partner in him, and also all of the hospital workers. In this community, I feel like at a young age, I was taught from my family how important the hospital was to stay in Tarpon Springs. And through thick and thin, I feel like we have supported the hospital no matter what. And I feel like the hospital has gotten to a point where it is at such a good place and is so embraced by this community. And I just can't thank y'all enough for everything that you do. I've had loved ones, big and little, spend time at the hospital, and the healthcare workers have always just made us feel so comfortable, whether it was a passing relative or a small child that, busted their chin. So we've spent plenty of time there, and hopefully we don't have to go back, too often, but it happens with children and with loved ones getting older. But I'm just so proud of the hospital. I'm proud that I volunteered there in high school and got to know the hospital very well. And I look forward to my kids volunteering there one day as well. So thank you so much. We are appreciative of everything that you do day in and day out. And if there's ever anything that we can continue to do for you, we hope to do so. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank all of our healthcare workers. You guys are the real life superheroes. And it's really great here in Tarpon Springs because you're so much more than an average hospital. It's truly a community partnership. I know I speak for the board and our citizens in that we're so lucky to have you guys here, and thank you for everything that you did.
Commissioner Tikuris.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just think it's a great organization. I said, from the standpoint, I've got many friends that work at the hospital. I know they work very hard. This is just a brief appreciation for everything that you've done for COVID. Regardless of COVID, you're just a great community partner. And as one commissioner, I just greatly appreciate that you continue investing in Tarpon Springs to make it better and better and better. So I can't say anything more than that. I'm glad the day that you came into town and took over from UCH. And I wish you all the luck with the emergency room, and I hope we get the light there to help everything. And I'll be happy to work with you any way I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the special session. It's adjourned at 6:31 PM. We're going to take 5 minutes recess, and then we'll come back to start the BOC meeting right after that. I'm calling to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, April 27, 2021 at 6:36 PM. Ms. Manusis, roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas,
Here?
Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini,
Here.
Commissioner Donovan.
Here.
Yes.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Janet Tunnell from the All Saints Episcopal Church, following by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you stand, so nice to see you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, continue to send down upon those who hold office in this city of Tarpon Springs the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose, they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For which it stands,
one
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go to the public comments, I would like to remind to everyone that in order to have a productive meeting with a professionalism based on the city code, all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner with respect, without a personal attacks. I want to thank you for your cooperation. I'd like to ask Mr. Trask if he wants to add anything to that.
Yes, Mayor, I just want to make sure that the public understood that the code provides specifically with regard to personal attacks under section 2-138B of the city's code. Under its rules of procedure relating to public comments, it specifically says, any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who shall become boisterous while addressing the city commission may be requested to leave the meeting and may forthwith be barred from further audience at that meeting. So just caution anyone to make sure that they comply with that code provision.
Thank you. And we're now going to the public comments of the items will not be discussed this evening. If anyone has any comments, please come to forward. State your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. The last meeting, the mayor wisely brought up since 1996, we've been doing things a certain way in regard to the vice mayor appointment. And you asked our city attorney, well, why is it now all of a sudden we're having to change that? And the reason he gave is because he read it. He read it and it said, it clearly says you have to do it every year. Since 1996, these attorneys been presiding over these, advising you. It's the same guys who advised you to vote against the will of the people and the voice of the people, to silence the people and not have their emails read in January during commissioner comments when nobody can speak. It clearly says in the code that. Did he not read that either? Did anyone in their law firm read the code? That's 2 incidents of horrible malpractice advice. Then the vice mayor decided he didn't like what somebody said up here and he wanted him kicked off the Board of Adjustment. Again, the attorney said yes, but then something called the First Amendment was brought to his attention and he realized he couldn't do that. So he told you guys not to do it. So there's a track record taking away First Amendment rights here. And then at the last meeting, not only did he opine about that, he just read the code. Obviously, the other ones either didn't read it or didn't care. Then he advised that you have this gentleman hauled out of here physically before his time had elapsed. And he was not threatening anybody. I don't believe he was doing any personal attacks. I don't recall exactly what he said. But you might want to check with a real First Amendment attorney before you throw somebody out of here again. Just because this guy said this a minute ago, you're going to take all our money and give it to somebody who beats him in court because he didn't do his research? It's obvious they haven't done their research. You haven't been following the city code. You've been taking this guy's advice and their law firm's advice for many years. It's not good. It's literally malpractice. So maybe you can sue them for their malpractice insurance and get our money back after you lose. But if you throw somebody out of here and they beat you in court, we're all paying for it. For what? Just because you were uncomfortable about something somebody said? Uncomfortable speech is why we have the First Amendment. You know, the king, he was cool with people coming out and saying how great the king was. But then when people started talking smack about the king, guess what? He didn't like that. So he shut it down. So our founding fathers said, we're not going to have that. We're going to have a new system here. And sure, it might be uncomfortable to hear some of these things, but you got to defend the right for people to say them. It's your job to hear it. Any politician who used to serve here, who serves here currently, or who might serve in the future is fair game. And if they can't handle that, what were they doing in politics in the first place? What are you doing? You're here to represent people, and you're here to represent the Constitution of the United States. So you better think long and hard before you throw somebody out of here. Again, contact real First Amendment attorneys, Luke LaRoe, David Wasserman. These people are in Florida. Get some opinions from them. You know, they try to throw Mark Clutho out of the meeting. He starts every meeting at the Pinellas County and the school board by calling the commissioners idiots. And he's never once been thrown out. They only tried it once in Hillsborough for calling somebody a name, and it was wrong, and they had to reverse that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad I could still make it over this hill here. Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I have my wife Linda's 2 minutes to add. I have Jean Dinoff's 2 minutes to add. And I also have Joan Jennings' 2 minutes to add. And I hope I don't really need it. So I want to know, commissioners and everybody here, whose turn is it this week to decide how unprofessional Commissioner Vaticiotis is? I've watched 2 weeks in a row. First week, one commissioner has said he's unprofessional. Then we have another week, another commissioner says he's unprofessional. All for asking questions, that is, which he's entitled to do to the city manager. So I want to read something that I've had with me for a couple of weeks. And it's an email sent, and it's an email sent from a resident, and it's a past city commissioner. And she says, this is the worst board of commissioners since the chaotic 90s. You're all a disgrace, except for Commissioner Vaticiotis. You were elected to serve the residents, not yourselves. But for those of you seeking re-election or running in the future, let it be known, I'll support your opponents. You're a disgrace to the community. Now, my take on that, there was not a polite word in there. So a commissioner, and I don't know if I can use the name of the commissioner, but it was responded to by dear Mrs. Santa. Thank you for your kind words in reaching out to the BOC. If those were kind words, I'd hate to see what nasty words are. That was about as sarcastic a response and unprofessional as you could put out there. So it goes on to say, It seems you may have been provided some false information on what the board has been able to accomplish over the past couple of years with the broad statements made in the email. I can assure you that nothing on this board is done for self-serving and is only done for the betterment of the residents of Tarpon Springs, which is questionable comment still. That's an interpretation. I can assure you, I'm providing a link for where the BOC agenda is published the Friday before the Tuesday meetings. Again, this has nothing to do, this is a person's opinion. If you'd like to provide some examples on your statements of being the worst commission since the 90s, I'd be happy to provide additional background information. So her response was, I stand by my original statement. I don't have to justify to you why I said it. And it's my opinion. Have a nice day. Okay? So I want to ask, does this sound, and this is not an asking of a question, this is just me speaking. Does this sound professional to anybody? So this is the person that asked last week if Commissioner Vaticiotis is professional. Well, I have to question, is that person professional? Who would write that? That's sarcastic and nasty to a fellow resident and a past commissioner. So let's move on. Mayor, will you call and let that person know before they respond to a private email to place that response in the draft mode like you explained to Commissioner Vaticiotis? Put it in the draft mode. So don't be stupid and send it out quickly. That's what the interpretation was. I know you didn't use that word. But that's what should have been done here. This shouldn't have been posted. So where was it posted? It was posted on Facebook for everybody to see. Not only was it an embarrassment of an email to send back to a resident, but it was posted on Facebook. Then magically, it disappeared. What happened to it? Did somebody explain that this is not professional? I mean, this is a person who's asking about a person being professional and writing something like this. So then we have a situation where, as we all know, Commissioner Carr tried to remove the prior speaker, Chris Zabrowski, from the Board of Adjustments, which is the board I sit on. Chris Zabrowski's done an amazing job. I wish some of you guys up here would do the job he does. I really do. But that's, again, my opinion. And I know that. So when it came time and it was removed because it was an embarrassment to try to take him out, Commissioner Carr did not show up for that meeting. He stayed on Zoom, and you're all free to look at the Zoom call. We all got to watch it. Was he professional in eating chips and eating sandwiches and doing everything else that was unprofessional? Would any of you be doing that up here? You're supposed to be, if you're on a Zoom call, having the same, you're supposed to be handling yourself the same way as if you were sitting here. But that wasn't done. And nothing was said. So it seems to be okay for some to do, but some not to do. So with all that being said, I never once posted anything on Commissioner Carr's Facebook page, and he'll attest to that. Nothing negative. I don't agree with how he's running the city. I don't agree with a lot of decisions that he makes. But all of a sudden, not only was I unfriended by him, I was blocked by him so that I don't know that he even exists anymore. I couldn't believe when I saw this. What did I do? What did I say? I get up here and speak my mind every single commissioner meeting because I'm not happy about this. I've been living in this town for 7, 8 years, and I never come up here. This is not my favorite pastime, to come up here and berate you. But you guys have been making it my favorite pastime because I'm embarrassed to sit here and be a resident when I don't know who's going to be the next person to tear apart Commissioner Vaticiotis for asking and doing his job. Mark Licouris doesn't need the help. He doesn't need speakers to defend him. I've spoken to Mark. He can defend himself. He doesn't need city commissioners to defend him. So I want to read something else because I don't know if many of you know who Commissioner Vaticiotis is. So here we have a retired Navy commander who's an ensign at your age, Commissioner Donovan, and I wasn't picking on your age. I just said it as a fact. He was on a destroyer chasing Soviets around the Mediterranean and staring down Soviet sailors during them passing by. Then he became one of the youngest naval officers to receive the Service Warfare Officer designation and was subsequently sent to the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School to obtain his master's degree in mechanical engineering. And because of his research and academic achievements, went on to receive his doctorate and was later assigned to the David W. Taylor Naval Ship and Research Center in Bethesda, Maryland, who later was a scientific analyst for the mine warfare commander in Kuwait during Desert Storm. This is a man who's defended our country, and you guys have no respect for him. So I'll go on. He was flying over burning oil fields and seeing the dead bodies hanging on the serpentina wire along the beaches, and who helped with the planning and clearing of sea mines in the northern Red Sea and Kuwait Harbor, who has flown on and off aircraft carriers numerous times, high-lined between ships, dropped by wire from helicopters onto destroyers and submarines. He served the battle group and commanders in the operations and planning, where one went on to be the chief of naval operations. The highest ranking naval officer, that's who's sitting up here. And after the Soviet Union collapsed, he left Washington to return home to Tarpon Springs. As we all know, he married Dolly, who's also a naval commander. And he went on to be the building department, doing the building department and going on to the county, and then quickly rose through the ranks to be a city engineer and a city manager. And now you're basically preaching to him about professionalism and how to act as a commissioner, and when and how to ask questions of the city manager. Maybe you should read section 13 in the city charter concerning the independence of a city commissioner in asking questions of the city manager. It also states that a commissioner directs his questions directly to the city manager, not to his staff and not to you, which Commissioner Vaticiotis did. The city manager chose to get you and the staff involved and to fight his battle, which is not a battle. So now, I wish to just say, I'm appalled that commissioners would show such a lack of respect for this man. And I'm sure so is he. And I have to tell you something, the people maybe that you hang around with or you associate with are patting you all on the back. But people coming up to me left and right everywhere and thanking me for speaking out against you. And it's kudos I don't want, because they see what's going on and it's not fun. So you all owe him an apology, but I doubt you will, and that you'll even see my point. His comment wasn't about the age of the commissioners.
Your time has expired.
On 10 minutes,
Yes.
I have 2 lines. I can't read that.
Thank you
You
very
could take a
much.
vote if you'd like. That's allowed.
Thank you very much.
I have 2 lines, Mayor.
No, sir. He already has the maximum.
Thank you for your time. I just would like you to be a little bit more professional about how you act in the city.
We have many people that would like to speak.
Well, that's okay. Before I begin, Ms. Sylvia Iwano has donated 2 minutes of her time. Mr. Jump, can you confirm Ms. Margot Weiser on the line for her time?
She can raise her hand. I'll allow her in to identify herself. If you can unmute and state your name and address for the record. We do have a phone caller who has a hand raised. If you can unmute yourself, then you can identify yourself.
I think it's *6.
Margot Lizer, 514 Ashland Avenue.
Thank you.
So I have a total of 8 minutes. Thank you. I will begin. First, we'll read from Proverbs 11, 1 through 11. You may have heard some of this before, but I think it bears repeating. The Lord abhors dishonest scales, but accurate weights are his delight. When pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with humility comes wisdom. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Wealth is worthless in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death. The righteousness of the blameless makes a straight way for them, but the wicked are brought down by their own wickedness. But the righteousness of the upright delivers them, but the unfaithful are trapped by evil desires. When a wicked man dies, his hope perishes, but all he expected from his power comes to nothing. The righteous man is rescued from trouble, and it comes on the wicked instead. With his mouth, the godless destroys his neighbor, but through knowledge, the righteous escape. Now, coming in today, flags are at half mast. And ironically, I get whipped in the face by a sign that's a flag that says Arbor Day, Tree City. Yet you voted to propose a proposal to take out over 1,000 trees on the Walmart property. Is that? So this is for you, Mayor. Back on February 8th of 2016, I sent an email to Irene from the Friends of the Anklote with questions to all the candidates running for election that year. You and Mr. Donato were running for mayor. The questions were, and I have them here, to all the candidates running for the Board of Commissioners of Tarpon Springs, the Friends of the Anklote River would like to pose the following questions to you. Please send your responses to info@friendsoftheankloteriver.com, and we will forward your answers to our membership. We look forward to hearing from all of you and appreciate your efforts in wanting to serve the city of Tarpon Springs. First question, would you support the purchase of the Walmart property and advocate for the city to work with the Trust for Public Lands and apply for a Florida Communities Trust grant to accomplish this? Question 2, what would you propose to increase the ability for citizens to have better access to the river and the Gulf? Question 3, would you support projects that increase our urban forestry? If so, how? And if not, why not? We thank you for your time in responding and look forward to working with whoever is elected on improving the environment and quality of life of Tarpon Springs. Sincerely, Peter Delacus, President of the Friends of the Anklote River. That was February 8th, 2016. If you have any doubts, you can do your own public record request. And I will read the response from the mayoral candidate, Chris Alahuzas, that came through George Mandalou. Chris's answers to all 3 questions is yes. He will be happy to work with you on bringing the property back under city control. As for urban forestry, one thing we need to do is tighten up the codes affecting trees and fully enforce current codes. Tearing out 1,000 trees is not helping affecting the trees and preserving them. Yet you promised us. I remember at that debate up in the conference room where you used Frank's letter of turning down that property against them to win your election. So you broke your covenant with us. And now I'll get to the second reading, because this is about breaking the covenant. Ezekiel 17, this is called Two Eagles in a Vine. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set forth an allegory and tell the house of Israel a parable. Say to them, this is what the sovereign Lord says. A great eagle with powerful wings, long feathers, and full plumage of varied colors came to Lebanon, taking hold of the top of a cedar. He broke off its topmost shoot and carried it away to a land of merchants, where he planted it in a city of traders. He took some of the seed of your land and put it in fertile ground. He planted it like a willow by abundant water, and it sprouted and it became a low spreading vine. His branches turned toward him, but its roots remained under it. So it became a vine and produced branches and put out leafy boughs. But there was another great eagle with powerful wings and full plumage, and the vine now sent out its root toward him from the plot where it was planted and stretched out its branches to him for water. It had been planted in good soil by abundant water so that it would produce branches, bear fruit, and become a splendid vine. I'll jump to 19. Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. As surely as I live, I will bring down on his head my oath that he despised and my covenant that he broke. I will spread my net for him, and he will be caught in my snare. I will bring him to Babylon and execute judgment upon him there because he was unfaithful to me. All his fleeting troops will fall by the sword, and the survivals will be scattered to the winds. Then you will know that I, the Lord, have spoken. Look at yourselves and what y'all have done. Y'all put out a flag arbor city, tree city, yet you vote to take out over 1,000 trees. And now you want to donate a tree to Miss Martin, one tree? Ridiculous. God bless you, and may you all find your fate.
Do we have any other public comments?
Panagiotis Koulias, these are all my own thoughts and expressions. Anybody donating their time is simply just doing that for me to be speaking. I will have Otto Bilchers online verify and Annie Samarkis.
He can raise his hand. We'll allow him to identify himself. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Otto Belchers, 1272 Jasmine Lake Drive, Tarpon Springs, Florida, 34689.
You may begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Tarpon Springs. First, I want to say there's too much clogged up. These caution tapes need to be opened up. That way we can allow more people in the city and the citizen to attend the meeting. Governor DeSantis, I don't know if he's extended the order or not, but this has to clean up. I want to remind the city it's Holy Week for Orthodox Christians and Easter Sunday at midnight. Mayor, please ask Major Trill to provide a small amount of security detail as compared to recent years. I did a public records request to see all email communications with the department with other agencies and their security intentions for Orthodox Easter. I await to see. I understand the city has our safety in its best interest, but the number of officers, helicopters, and past year dogs being let into our holy altar is overkill. No dog will ever be let into the holy altar again. You know, there's a way to keep us safe without feeling like oppressed, herded cattle. And next year, we plan to have an organized Orthodox Easter celebration that will continue to happen every year after. Now, Mayor, I've been reading this book, and this book has helped me grow tremendously as a person. You know, it's helped me become a leader within myself because we're all leaders in our own way. And Mayor, I encourage all Tarponites to take the time to read this book. My favorite quote so far is, "A leader's true power comes from influence, not authority. It teaches you how to earn the right to be followed." I've used this book to confront those who bear false witness, who try to harm others through fictitious lies out of desperation. This book has motivated me to crush corrupt politicians and puppet masters in City Hall, and so far it's worked well. The title of this book is A Leader's Gift by Tarpon's very own Barry Banther, David Banther's father. Thank you, sir, for an awesome book. Now, Mayor, I have to finish telling my story from last week, the story where you violated my First Amendment rights and threw me out of City Hall. You constantly stop me about personal attacks, but do you remember last April when Mark LaCourse, Chief Cochin, and yourself sent out the Police Benevolent Association attorney to personally attack me, my family, and loved ones that passed away who aren't here to speak for themselves? I remember it. I remember it being the first time in history City Hall stooped that low to attack a citizen. She had 3 callers donate their time too. Unheard of. Well, the poster is coming up and you can't stop it.
Facing the wrong way.
I can show it to you for a second. We'll start off. Wave of reform, as well as the article in the back. Mr. Jump, if you want to zoom in a little bit, please do. Mark LaCourse is not going to fire you. So in 1975, Blaine LaCourse was hired as the police chief to help clean up the town in a title called Wave of Reform. The truth is, Mayor, there has been nothing but corruption, nepotism, deceit, federal investigations, and selfish good old boy control ever since the LaCourse's 1976 City Hall takeover. And the LaCourses, the Terrapanis, and the good old boys have been winning since then. Who really knows what Tarpon Springs' true potential could have been these past 45 years? We'll never know. You know, they mentor young politicians, groom them. Jim Kolianos was groomed to create havoc in City Hall. And let's talk about the title. Death threats and Smith's firing seen as the work of two. We touched a nerve in the power structure. It wasn't all about what was best for the city. It was about who controlled and was in power of the city. And that power has never left since. You know, first in 1976, Jim Kay left the charge to fire the city attorney Smiths over a Sponge Dock boardwalk. Let's deja vu back to 2015. In 1977, Commissioners Jim Kay and John Terrapini at the time were used as a bully to city manager Michael Goyer until he left. In 1978, Jim Kolianos and John Terrapini again were commissioners who ran out the new city manager, Donald Sawyer, off. They ran them all away until they got a good old boy to get the job. Now, Mayor, let's talk about Commissioner Donovan. I noticed he didn't laugh one time when I addressed him because he didn't find it funny or he wasn't trying to disrespect or provoke me. The truth was his attack on Mr. Vaticiotis could have been handled by email, and laughing at a senior commissioner after calling him unprofessional was used to provoke and taunt him. That's not professional. Mayor, let's talk Jacob Carr. Let's talk about his professionalism. Eating and drinking on the camera, falling asleep at the dais, spinning in his chair in circles, posting citizens' emails on Facebook. You know, Mayor, I can't wait to show the history of corruption in Tarpon Springs to Jacob Carr since the LaCourses have been in government. You know, he was on Facebook yapping away. But most importantly, I thought it was unprofessional for Jacob Carr to state to Commissioner Vaticiotis his motion to be vice mayor was an attempt to boost his resume for mayor. He's already got the resume. The mayor, the truth is that that was Jacob Carr projecting his inner desires and ambitions onto Commissioner Vaticiotis. That's psychology 101. So, Mayor, let's talk about your other commissioner, Townsend Terrapini. There's a rumor he goes around calling himself the Prince of Tarpon Springs. You know, when he said he wouldn't run again, he stated to Jeff Rosenfield, "My business is good, so I have no intention to run again." So, Mayor, if Townsend's business wasn't doing good, would he be running again to increase his business? Is politics about serving the people of Tarpon Springs or about serving your pocket? One of the most selfish comments I've ever heard. Mayor, I think it's better Townsend doesn't talk. He speaks in circles like Mark Licoris. Και εσύ, Δήμαρχος, άφησες να αφήσεις τους άλλους τα μικρά παιδιά να κορυδεύουν ένα άντρα γέρος που είναι πιο έξυπνος από όλους σας και έκατσες από εκεί.
Go ahead and speak in English, will you? So everybody will
Αυτά
understand
δεν
you.
είναι σωστά.
So everybody will understand you.
And now, let's talk about this Facebook Sunday email device. You know, Mark Licoris talks about, oh, I don't go on Facebook. It's too divisive. It causes people not to speak to one another. And what do you know? He's sitting there liking comments under Lisa Benitez, Malamatis's comment underneath my post about me getting kicked out of City Hall during Friday working hours. So is he really not on Facebook? Is he really pocket watching me? What is going on? So, you know, after confronting this city stuff, I have big issues. Your city managers use other department heads to politically bully people, and we'll go from there.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments? Please go to the podium.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maria Cullas, and I live in 595 Peninsula Avenue. I come here with heavy heart and a lot of pain. But God gave me the power, the will to come. It's His will that I'm here tonight. First, I agree with the gentleman that spoke before my son, all of them, and with my son too. But I came here because I've been watching the meetings because I have to donate my minutes to my son. And I notice you, Mayor, every time my son comes up here and speaks, you always attack him and provoking him in really bad way, in a way that you want this young man to do something crazy so he can get in trouble. I don't know why you don't give him the chance to speak like you give the chance to everybody else. And before we started, you had the lawyer say something about a code. I'm not good. I don't understand everything perfectly, but I got an idea what he means. You guys changed the rules when it's time to protect the corruption because you don't want the corruption to come up. But I want you to know, everybody here tonight, that I devoted my life to God for this corruption that goes on in Tarpon Springs and everybody else. They have power to be upfront. Corruption destroyed my life. Tarpon cops destroy my life. Not all of them. There's some good people there working. But most of them are a spike that destroy my life. From my husband to my youngest son. Twice they came into my house. They destroyed my house. They didn't find anything enough to get in the newspaper. But those meetings get into the newspaper. They stole items from me. And I call out Officer Trio out that I want my items back. And his answer was that it was the sheriff's that was involved in running. But the items that you stole, I have pictures. And they carry them looking out of the house in a big, like a pizza box. Because next to my house, they built a tent that was eating pizza and drinking, and they left the drinking, the beers in the tables around, and I got them all everything I got it saved. And the time is coming, it came, that God wants all the corruption, to be found. We're gonna go back a lot of years from the time Mr. Mark's father was a mayor. There's a lot of corruption, and then there's a lot of drugs in the system, in the Tarpon Springs city. And I have the proof to prove it. And God will bring up all this to everybody to know. So my son comes up, everybody is everywhere I go, they're telling me they worry about my son's life. Somebody's gonna do one of the police officers gonna do something bad to him. But I told him, I'm not afraid. His life is in God's hands, and he's protecting him. Because the truth is about to come up. And not only for the years we live, but back a lot of years. There's a lot of corruption. All the good police officers, they never go one step up. But all the bad ones that become operators, majors, and everything else. But soon to be, they're all gonna step down. And this is gentleman right here that got put in this chair. Does agree with you all? So he's not good enough to be a vice president. And evil controls corruption. And he even admitted in the meeting, from the time he came on the board, he changed your plans. So he's not good enough.
Mrs. Kulyas, your time has expired.
Well, thank you very much that
Thank
you
you.
heard me. And please, you treat everybody.
Your
like
time,
you're
your
supposed to
time
do.
has expired, please. Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight and thank you for your service. Especially thank you for your naval service, Navy man myself.
Would you please state your name and your
Ken
address,
Saya,
please?
403 Roosevelt Boulevard on, it's actually the corner of Canal Park and Roosevelt.
Thank you, sir.
We started a project, I want to say at least 3 years ago, for putting in check valves. One appears to be successful. I don't know why it's taken 3 years. I really, I've talked to Tom Fuchan. I don't know if I butchered your name, Tom, I'm sorry. But to me, haven't heard a satisfactory answer as to why it's taken us all this time to put in assets that were procured 3 years ago at least. So that's pretty much it. And I do want to thank the water department for their quick response to a water leak I had. So
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? I hear none. Ms. Manuza said we received an emails.
We do have one email, Mayor.
Hmm?
We do have one email.
Would you please read?
Sure. To the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida. Mayor and Board of Commissioners have elected by the people. We voted our confidence in you. You are being asked to do what the people of Tarpon Springs want for our town. The people of Tarpon Springs now have 5,000 signatures asking you to represent us in what we want. We only want to preserve what we have for now and future generations. We all know that US 19 cannot in any way handle the amount of traffic generating from over 400 apartments exiting on US 19. It has been discussed and it will be an accident waiting to happen. I am asking that you think and consider all the facts. Do you have 5,000 signatures asking for 400 plus apartments on that parcel? Facts have been presented to you that you know and that this preserving of the property is possible. But we need you to think of what the people of Tarpon Springs want. And we want you to really think of why you all know this is the way to go. We all make mistakes and it takes a great person to admit their mistakes. It is time to listen to the 5,000 people who want this property preserved. Audrey Gedart, 1014 Marshview Lane, Tarpon Springs, Florida. That is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak? Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak up for public comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We're now going to the presentations. The item number 1 is a presentation for the United States Army Corps of Engineers Dredge Project Update. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. I'm here tonight to introduce an update on the Anklet River Dredge Project to be presented by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. With us tonight via Zoom are Jeff Klug, Project Manager, and Eduardo Marin, Engineering Technical Lead, both with the Army Corps. Mr. Klug, who has been guiding this project through the procurement process, will give us a brief presentation, and he's prepared to answer your questions afterwards. As Mr. Klug will explain, the procurement process is still ongoing, so the information he's able to share with us tonight has to take that into consideration. And Mr. Marin is also standing by to help answer questions. So with that, looks like Mr. Klug is available on Zoom. Hello, Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, does that show up for you? It seems to be flashing on my screen, unfortunately. Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the Commissioners. Thank you for having us this evening. Mr. Robertson, thank you for introducing Eduardo and myself. As Mr. Robertson stated, I'll be providing a brief status update on the Anklet River maintenance dredging effort. Start out with a quick background on the project. The scope of this project consists of 2 primary components. First, the construction of a temporary dredge material management area, which we shorten as DMMA. And second, dredging a total of approximately 25,000 cubic yards of shoal material from 2 small sections of the river channel and the federal turning basin as well. The DMMA design capacity is 60,000 cubic yards, and that is designed to accommodate the 25,000 cubic yards of material from the federal dredging effort, as well as 35,000 cubic yards from the local extended turning basin project. The contract is scheduled to complete within 365 days or less from issuance of notice to proceed. That 365 days includes time for pre-construction submittals, DMMA construction, dredging, and demobilization. In the time since our last briefing, the contract documents have been revised to include more detailed geotechnical borings at the DMMA site. Survey information to address utility crossings was obtained, and clarifying language was added to the specifications concerning the scope of work. The project was re-advertised on March 4th as a request for proposals. Proposals were received April 6th and are currently under evaluation. Due to procurement regulations that govern our source selection process, I cannot provide more details about the proposals that were received. However, we are scheduled and tracking towards award and targeting a May 21st award is the target at this time. There is also a potential secondary effort associated with the outer cuts of the Anklet River Navigation Project. The work includes dredging the outer cuts using one of the Corps-owned special purpose dredge plants, as well as realigning the outer cuts to follow naturally deeper water and partially align with the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. This effort is still pending funding and is a prospective project at this time. USACE expressed capability for this effort in the FY21 work plan budgeting cycle, and the project was not picked up. As a result, we again express capability in the FY22 President's budget, which has not yet been released. We will continue to express capability for this in future federal budget cycles if the project is not picked up in the FY22 President's budget. Once funded, there would be some lead time required to conduct the environmental coordination, including NEPA and DEP permitting. However, one of the great things about using one of the Corps-owned special purpose dredge plants is that we do not have to go through the procurement process. So that can shave about 3 to 6 months off the overall schedule. So pending any further questions, this concludes my brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klug. Congratulations on your new assignment, and I want to thank you for taking the time to give us this presentation. As you know, the Anclo River is very important to our culture and to our local economy. I'd like to recognize Kayla Wade from the House Speaker Sproul's office that is here with us tonight, and I will thank you. And when we go to the public comments, if you have any more information in regards to the funding for the extended turning base, I will appreciate it because we got some very, very good and exciting news. Mr. Gluck, the new bid that you received from the contractor, you say is favorable, and you expected it to for the project to start soon. Do you know if the contractor is going to be working on the main channel as well as the turning base, the extended turning base, which is part of the city of Tarpon Springs?
Okay, that's a good question, sir. I don't want to confuse with the briefing that I provided. We have evaluations or proposals are currently under evaluation at this time.
Okay.
So we are targeting an award on May 25th. I do not want to, I cannot make a definitive statement at this time that an award will definitely be made by May 25th. But regarding the scope of the project, it does include, there are 2 sections of shoaling above the federal project design dimensions in the river portion, as well as the turning basin. So if you'd like, I could pop that back up for you on my screen and show you the 2 locations I would be referring to.
You know, this is a good news that we are, getting close to get started. As you know, that we had to extend the rental contract of the Spall site due to the delay of the Army Corps of Engineers to select a contractor due to the problem that we had the last time. So this is very important for us to start on time to make sure that our Spall site will be available. The other question that I have is, if you give us an update regarding the Anclo River St. Joseph Sound Cuts, the section of the channel that the Army Corps of Engineers is working with the Coast Guard to relocate the channel to the deeper water. Can you give us an update on that?
Yes, sir. The status of that currently is that we had put in, we had expressed capability for the dredging those outer cuts in the 21 work plan and also in the 2022 President's budget. Regarding the realignment of those channel cuts, that realignment, we are would do that in conjunction with the secondary dredging effort.
Thank you. That's all I have. Well, thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any questions to ask?
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor. A couple quick questions for clarification. So if I'm looking at the, let's see, the second map where it says Anclo OME, or I'm sorry, OMM dredge phase 2. So where the blue line and the red line come together, is that where the dredge would basically stop and go all the way to the turn basin? Is that correct?
That is correct. However, please note that the majority of that red line is already at the authorized depth of the channel. So
Okay.
the initial dredging event, there are only along the majority of that line, there are only 2 small sections that indicate shoaling above the project depth that we would be dredging. Those 2, you can see I highlighted those in yellow. If you can see my screen here.
So are those the
what
only
we've-
2 areas then, other than the turn basin that would be dredged, is just the shoaling areas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The RFP is going to be awarded somewhere at the end of May, May 21st or something like that. Any ideas of what the when the start date would be for whoever it's awarded to? Is there a time frame or some type of goal put in place?
So contractually, we would look to issue NTP within 30 days of award, 15 to 30 days. Now that notice to proceed does not necessarily mean shovels on the ground, turning dirt. There is time for submittals and review of plans, pre-construction plans. I would anticipate typically, get through the submittal and plan process in the ballpark of 60 days to initiate work, physically initiate work on site.
Okay, so for clarification, about 60 days after the bid is awarded, is that right? Is that right?
Yes, 60, typically from NTP, about 60 days. So that could be about 75 to
And what's
90
NTP
days.
stand for? I'm sorry.
That stands for notice to proceed.
Okay. And then just for clarification, then the remaining part of it, where it's the Pasco Pinellas line, out past Anclote Island, that's currently not funded. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we're waiting for some type of funding for this year. You've got the presidential funding that's been put in place for requests for funds, but we don't know if that's going to be funded or not, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is that whole area going to be, how you said there's only be shoals that are going to be dredged in the river? Is that whole area going to be dredged basically from the Pinellas Pasco line out past Anclote Island then?
This is a similar scenario where much of this is already depths that meet or exceed the authorized project depth. There are a couple areas, if you can see my cursor, with some soundings across here in the proposed realigned channel. So this portion here aligns with the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. There are some shoals in there that are slightly above the authorized project depth, which would primarily be the focus of the dredging effort.
Okay, great. Is there any other funding that we should be looking at for funding for this portion of it? Or is that, I believe the last person that was here before said typically they like to get the Army Corps' equipment here with other projects as well. So if there's another project in the state, I think she said it's coming from the Northeast or somewhere in that area, that they would try to have other projects as well. Is that something that they're still trying to coordinate?
That would be ideal. At this time, since we don't have funding in place on the 21 work plan, and the 2022 president's budget has not been released yet. I do not know what other projects have been picked up in the area. There are some other potential projects on the Gulf Coast as well as the East Coast of Florida that are occasionally dredged using one of the core plant. But at this time, without the budget being released, I do not know if any of the other projects have been picked up.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Klug, thanks for being here with us tonight. The last time we had an update, just for the record, it was very informative, and the lady that was here from the Army Corps was extremely professional. I see on the map, under the maintenance dredge where there's going to be 300 or 3,000 linear feet of pipe that runs to the DMMA.
Yes, sir.
I was curious, where that pipe on a map, I don't see it, dictated here, but where that pipe on a map is going to, I guess, leave the river, go onto land, and then go to the DMMA site. Is that shown on a map somewhere?
The pipeline route is not shown on this map. However, it would, if you can see where my cursor is on the screen there, it
right,
comes ashore. It is slated to come ashore here. Pardon me, I am drawing a blank on the name of this road, but essentially follow the easement of the utility easement for the road along the side of the road and come up to the disposal area.
So it comes basically over by Bell Harbor Marina and then goes right down Anclote Boulevard to the, or Anclote Road to the site?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you. I understand you cannot give much information regarding the proposals that you received, but could you at a minimum tell us how many proposals you received?
I cannot.
Okay. I think most everything else was touched on. Just for a little bit more clarity, you're going to award the bid sometime around May 21st. And then from the date in which the bid is awarded, even though you may not see the activity, you said from 90 days from that is when the notice to proceed will start. Is that right?
No, so typically, following award, 15 to 30 days following award, once payment and performance bonds have been reviewed and accepted, at that point, we issue NTP.
Gotcha. So sometime
At that point, yes. So that is at the point, once NTP is issued, that's when we start to receive all the pre-work submittals. Once the pre-work plans have been accepted by the government, it is at that time that the contractor can physically start to work, once the necessary pre-work submittals have been completed.
Thank you,
which typically adds up to about, on average, I would say that is roughly 90 days from award. And certain contractors come in, everything ready to go, submit perfect submittals, and work can start sooner. Sometimes submittals don't come in very well. Work, it takes a little bit longer to initiate work. It's a project specific thing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple of my questions have been answered. There were no awardable bids last time, and it was a little bit of a shock for the city. So I know you can't say how many proposals were received, but do we at least know for sure that there is a quality proposal in there worth moving forward with?
No, I could not state that either.
And we'll find that out on May 25th, right?
We are targeting a May 21 award. The evaluation process, it could extend beyond that. That is our scheduled date at this time.
And you said May 21st?
Yes, sir. That is our scheduled date at this time.
And what's something that would push that back?
Excuse me?
What's something that would push it back?
So there are different avenues for protest, for unsuccessful offers. That is something that can, if somebody who is unsuccessful in the offer filed a protest with GAO, Government Accountability Office, or Small Business Administration, a protest can certainly push that back. Or, there are several scenarios.
Okay. And I know we were talking about the timeline of it earlier, and it was 30 days or 60 days. Is there at least an idea of if it does get awarded on May 21st, when there will be dredge boats in the water?
So as far as that would be concerned, the best information I can give you right now is that the first thing that has to happen is construct the temporary disposal area. That would take several months for the physical construction of that site and convert it to an operational site. So get past the submittals and start work phase of it, get into the physical construction of the disposal area, install the temporary pipeline, and then initiate the dredging. So you could be looking at, depending on different means and methods here, we just give them a total performance period to complete all of the work. I hate to speculate too much, but, roughly half of that is going to be used to, or would expect to be used to construct the disposal area as well, a decent portion of that time.
Okay. And I don't want to force you to speculate, but do you have a month in mind or a month range, I guess?
No.
Okay. And my last question is just if there's anything more we can be doing as a city to help move the process along that you know of.
At this time, really the legwork of getting the proposals out, receiving proposals, has been accomplished, and really in significant and great support from the city and your local politicians and local representatives. So I mean, you guys have done a great job of advocating for yourself, and Mr. Robertson has done a very excellent job of providing everything that we have asked of him. I would a similar approach related to the outer cuts as well. We're still fighting for those in the budgeting cycles. So I mean, there are the avenues that you take to advocate for your projects in the budgeting cycles.
Understood. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Vaticius.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Klug. You took Ms. Trulock's place, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been on the project?
About close to 3 months, I would say.
3 months. And can we expect you to take this through the end, or do you think there's some chance that we will have somebody else as well?
I am in our project management branch on a term detail. I came from our construction division. Sir, I will be returning to our construction division in the near
guess
future.
what maybe I didn't quite hear because you were kind of coming through a little garbled, but basically you're assigned to this project. Is that correct? I mean, on somewhat of a borrow from a different divisions?
That's correct. Yes.
So there's some chance that we won't be seeing you in May?
That is correct. Yes. I will be returning to my home organization in the near future.
I understand. Okay. Mayor, are we gonna have some discussion on this after the presentation, or, okay?
Yeah, we will, if we just ask questions, the
Right, I
presenter will-
understand. The questions have already been asked and you can't discuss them concerning the contract, and I understand that. I also want to ask you, which I think you can discuss, concerning our extended basin work, which is the city's responsibility, and you've shown that in your summary of material that would come out of the river. Contractually, is this going to be a change order? Is that how you envision the contract actually is dealt with through your contract with the dredge, through the dredger, and then we'll do a change order, or we'll do a change order through you, and then we reimburse the Army Corps? Or is this going to be a separate contract altogether?
It would be a separate contract altogether.
Okay. Has as far as you know, has anything else changed with the spoil pond design since the last time Ms. Trulock was here?
The additional geotechnical information that was provided, allowed the Corps to require use of some on-site borrow material. So there have been some refinements to it. I would let Mr. Marin speak to any detailed changes. The general design of the disposal area is very similar. Eduardo, would you like to further elaborate on that, please?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So there was only really one major change in the design since the last time we reported to you all. The city provided some geotechnical information to us, and we were very gracious of receiving that information, because in the report that was provided to the Corps, it stated that if we were to build the DMMA as designed, that there was a great risk we would create a sinkhole there. So in order to remedy or to reduce that risk, we had to actually not dig as deep. In doing so, we ran into an earth fill deficit. So that the major change of the contract is that we are stating in there that they have to build the DMMA to the grades shown, but there's not enough fill on site, and that they have to import material. And it's not a lot, but it's enough to where we just couldn't cover it with the borrow on site. But that was really the only major difference.
Okay. So it's Mr. Marin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were here with us last time. I think there was some discussion last time that the borrow was, at least the elevations that you showed, was going to take us down to about the minus 10-foot elevation. And what you're saying now is that may not be the case?
That is correct. We originally had it down to -1, and now we are telling the contractor he cannot dig any lower than, I believe, is 3 feet plus 3 feet. So we lost about 4 feet of depth of fill.
Right. I meant 10 feet down, not necessarily the minus 10 feet, because I know there was some issue with it being in the proximity of the water table. So basically, there could be some additional material that's imported, I guess, is what you're getting at. I mean, I think that's what you said. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do we have an idea of how much that would be?
I would have to look. I think it was around 5,000 cubic yards going off the top of my head, but I think the overall quantity was around, to build it was around, I think 26,000 cubic yards. And of that, we would need to import about 5,000.
Okay. Mr. Marin, I know there was a little concern with your testing of the spoil. I know that there was some percentage that was fill or beach grade, and then there was some percentage that was silt or fines. Can you kind of refresh us as far as what that percentage is, what those are?
To be honest with you, I don't recall. I just remember the majority of the material that would be dredged out of the channel was mostly sand. I can't really speak in great detail whether it was beach quality sand or not. I would have to look at the core borings.
I guess what I'm getting at is there going to be any kind of an issue? We're going to place that spoil in the borrow pit itself, with the borrow material, the native soil being used as creating the berm with some supplement. But when that site is restored to its original condition, which is going to be the responsibility of the city, is there going to be any issue that what we've placed in the hole and left as far as the, after the work is done is going to be, I would say, some issues are inferior to what was actually taken out? Is there going to be some testing to confirm that that's not the case?
What I can say is to meet the DEP requirements, any material that had more than 10% of silt, I think organic material, I'm sorry, more than 10% organic material, it had to be tested before it would get disposed of in the DMMA. And there was only one portion of all the dredge materials that we tested or that we collected geotechnical samples that had any trace of organics, and that was right near a boat ramp facility that is on the, I think, on the southeast corner of the turning basin. So we removed that portion of dredging out of the contract to basically avoid doing any type of testing. So I think it's safe to assume that the material would be disposing in the DMMA would be clean of any type of contaminants, I would believe.
Is that part of the project, or is it part of the extended turning basin work that we're responsible for?
It would be part of the turning basin, the federal channel.
Okay. Did you do any testing of our area in the extended turning basin to get a similar result as far as what was fines and what would be excluded, or is that going to be left up to the city to do?
That will have to be left up to the city to do, sir.
Okay. Is just out of curiosity, have you provided a list to the city or to Mr. Robertson or to our city manager kind of providing these details, or is this something we're going to have to learn on our own?
Everything that we discussed is in the contract solicitation. So I think we provided all that to Bob, but if not, we can definitely provide additional information that the city would need to.
Right. I'm just a little concerned that a good part of this work, which actually is going to be the dredging, is the city's responsibility. The majority, not the majority of it, but a larger percentage than what the Army Corps is going to be dredging. And you're bringing up some interesting questions here that we need to understand as well as a city with regard to placing at that, at least the way the spoil pond is designed right now. Originally, where it was going to be bermed up with material brought in, and the material is going to be placed at grade. And then when the material was removed, we wouldn't have any issues as we're discussing right now. So I'm just got some questions concerning that I'm hoping that Mr. Robertson, along with the city manager, can work out. May 21st or 25th, as you're describing it, is not that far around the corner. And I imagine and I know the contract dredge length is 365 days, and I understand some of the environmental issues with tortoises and that sort of thing provides some of that additional time. But nevertheless, when the dredge company gets in there, they're going to want to get in and get out. And I'm just, we have to be prepared as well. So anything that you can do in that regard to help us would certainly be appreciated. As far as the, I guess I was going to have I'll ask the city manager later. The island, from the island to the sea buoy, that potential, what would you call it, the future phase 2, I guess is what you refer to it as. You've confirmed, I just want to make sure I understand. You've got these identified as proposed routes. Have they been approved? Or is there still some approval process that you have to go through? And this was either from Mr. Kluger or from Mr. Marin, that you have to go through to actually confirm that those are going to be the actual routes.
Sir, to formally realign a federal channel, there is a process that would need to occur. It's essentially a paperwork exercise. So the current route, current channel on the authorization documents runs, just south of the outer island here, and then it's prone to shoaling across there. There is naturally good water that aligns essentially straight east-west, landward of Cut 1, and then the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway, landward of there. So that is there is still an exercise to be done to realign those on our authorization books.
Right. I asked Mrs. Trulock this question the last time y'all were here, as far as the amount of time that it takes to get those approvals. And if I remember correctly, she kind of represented that that was not going to be an issue. So let me ask you, is that going to be an issue? I mean, how much time are we looking at for getting the final approvals for changing the route as you're showing it?
I would anticipate that would be a several month effort, with the sensitivity and the essentially the tightness of funds related to the primary project here. The realignment effort has not been the top priority, and in my approach to the project was not to expend labor funds, conducting the paperwork exercise, and focus on having every nickel available to award the contract, sir.
Oh, Mr. Klug, I understand. In fairness to you, I understand how it works, and I'm not surprised. Just a little concerned again with regard to it not, and I suspect that it's not, I mean, when you said that the funding is not available, it's really the funding is not available as well as the approvals are not in place yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The lead time for the environmental coordination, being the NEPA coordination and the DEP permitting for that, that would be really the critical path and the longer pole in the tent on that effort, as opposed to the exercise with the channel realignment.
So let me just ask you a next question. I was going to ask you, what is your budget for this work, for changing the route? And from what maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth. Well, let me just, could you answer the question? What is the budget?
We cannot speak to what is put in the budget requests for the the work plans or the present budgets. We are not allowed to speak to that.
So you can't address that question?
Correct.
So if we wanted to fund that part, how would we know how much we're going to need?
The essentially the preliminary engineering and design, or the construction effort as well. Essentially the effort to go through some of the environmental coordination, the NEPA and permitting, or the physical dredging effort as well. I mean, we can provide, I mean, if depending on how the question is asked, we can provide that type of information, but we can't speak to what is put in the work plan capabilities.
Okay. And so from your perspective, I guess maybe I'm not understanding it. You could provide some crude estimate. Is that correct?
Yes. So if the question was posed as what would it take to initiate and conduct the NEPA coordination and the permitting to have that in place to support this dredging effort? What is an estimate for that? And we could provide, we could put together an estimate for what that would typically take and provide that information.
Okay, so you don't have
back
that
to Mr. Robertson.
You don't have that estimate. I mean, I know you may not be able to say it tonight, but you don't have it back at the office either. Is that correct?
Correct. We would have to put that together. Basically, based on what the exact scope of what you're looking for.
Right. And again, the reason why I'm asking this, I just want to really kind of paint the picture that it's more of a priority, as you kind of expressed, rather than funding or actually going through the approval process. And in other words, there's other higher priority projects that you need to do. So And I don't mean this in a wrong way. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this one, knowing that there's other high priority projects. I guess that's the sense I'm getting.
Commissioner Vaticiora, excuse me to interrupting you. If you have more questions, would you please put them down so we can actually, since the Mr. Kulu cannot answer those questions, we can
Well-
send an email to the Army Corps of Engineers. Perhaps we'll get answers that way.
Yeah, well,
Appears that
I mean, I'm done,
the
Mayor,
project
but-
engineer has very limited information that he can provide to us.
Yeah, well, Mayor, I mean, that's part of me being a commissioner is to ask questions.
No,
and,
I understand that, but just because he's not, I guess, allowed to answer those questions, perhaps we can actually, gather all those questions and we get the Army Corps of
No,
Engineers to answer.
It's not an issue of asking the questions, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the rest of the commissioners know what we're dealing with and the challenges we're facing with the Army Corps and actually getting this work done. And the easy part is the federal channel that's funded. Hopefully, although we don't know, we're going to get a contract awarded here at the end of May. And sometimes this summer to the fall, somebody will be out there dredging. But, that's all the questions I have. We'll get into
Well,
discussion.
I think it's a good idea if you gather, if you put all those questions you have, because very good questions. It's just that Mr. Klut doesn't have the answer, so he's not allowed to answer. Maybe if we send them to the Army Corps of Engineers, we get answers back. That's what I'm saying.
I think I'm done with asking the questions. I've got some things I need to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Summer Blevis from the Congressman Billy Racker's office that is here with us tonight. As you can see, the project is very important to everyone. We have representatives here from Speaker of the House, Chris Prolos, as well from the Congressman Billy Racker. So I want to thank you for being here. Before we go to the public comments, I'd like to ask Kayla Wade if she has any information that she wants to share with us in regards to the funding of the extended turning basin.
I do not tonight.
Okay. Okay, because we just received some late information that the House Bill 2023, which has been sponsored by Representative Chris Latvala, we requested the amount of $724,753 right now is in appropriation and is on the right track. So I want to thank the speaker. If you talk to him, tell him thank you on behalf of all of us. And we go to the public comments. Anybody has any comments, please come forward.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So this is long overdue. We all know that. We could ask the question, how did we get here and why did it take so long? But what's more important than when you get this actually accomplished, starting to pat each other on the back, is to figure out how you're going to fix the next one. Start planning ahead so these people can go back at federal, state, county, and local money so that we're not in this pickle, right? Last minute, scrambling, trying to fix this thing. Let's plan ahead a little bit. And that starts now. Maybe there is a strategy that can help mitigate some of this stuff so it's not such a big deal so many years from now when we got to do it again. So let's work that in. Start budgeting for the next one today. Oh, wait, I mean, a very wise man once gave me an analogy. A bunch of people buy condos, then they form a condo association to do the maintenance. And they're like, you know what? We'll put that maintenance off a little bit, save some money. Years go by, still the maintenance not getting done. Guess what happens? Those people sell. They sell their condos. Now the new people move in. They're unaware that the place hasn't been upkept. And now they're stuck with the bill. And it's much worse for them because it could have been maintained cheaply over time. So state, federal, county, city have to work together to maintain this thing over time, right? Whatever strategies you got. But you got a budget for this kind of stuff. We can't, so many projects in Tarpon Kick the can down the road, kick the can down the road. Can't keep doing that. And somebody's going to get stuck with it. And then what if you don't find funding? Because it's now over the top expensive. This is the kind of city we got to have when we preempt problems, right? Fix them along the way the best we can. Can't keep putting things off. Stuff starts piling up. Costs more. It's harder to do. Takes more time. A little bit of effort along the way goes a long way to solving problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Hello.
Commissioners, my name's Summer Blevins. I am the Congressman's Deputy Chief of Staff. I did just want to let you know he's out of town today. He has been on the phone with the speaker this evening and has agreed, because there is the funding in the budget that you've requested from the state in both the House and Senate side. He has agreed to reach out to the governor to make sure that that funding does not get vetoed, as I know you ran into that problem last year. So he asked me to share that with you. And then also to let you know that he has been in touch with the senior leadership at the Corps. He will continue to do that throughout this process. I know some residents approached me asking about the bid that you requested, the estimate that you requested earlier, Commissioner, and we'll certainly follow up with them as well about that, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peanut Sardulias, 634 East Orange. Good to be with you tonight. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak. And I guess I didn't have really anything prepared other than I want to express some concerns. And for those of you here who don't know who I am and or my connection to this project, it seems that all citizens' efforts have to start with one person. So it was me 6 years ago this month, April of 2015, when we began organizing with our then sponsoring commissioner, former Vice Mayor Banther. So we've been at this a long time. I had a lot of folks wanting to come tonight, but once we learned that we would not have in-person representation from the Army Corps, which I understand because of the COVID situation, people decided to stay home and I told them I would come in their stead. And we do have a couple of folks came tonight, which I appreciate. So I'm very happy that Commissioner Vaticiotis asked those questions. Those were a lot of questions that I had. And I'm hoping that Mr. Klug, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, that we can get some of these questions answered. We have a lot of concern regarding the timing of Cut 2. And if possible, it'd be nice to know just a rough estimate if there's an opportunity for us to fund that ourselves. I don't know if there is or some other way we could get funding, but the folks that work on this river are very concerned about getting in and out of the inner channel and the river itself, the harbor. If you don't do the entrance and exit out by the south end of Anclote Key, the rest of the work seems moot. I'm not a dredge expert. I'm not a scientist. You all know me. At any one time, all of you here have advocated for this project. And I know how hard Bob has worked. And I want to thank Commissioner Vaticiotis personally, because as a private citizen, he donated so much time to this project. And I hate hearing him get attacked here. So unjust. So excuse me for losing my composure. That's it for me.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Mayor, you did it again. We don't know if he can't answer a question unless the question is asked. And then you put it on Commissioner Vaticiotis to write the letter to the Corps. That's the city manager's job to organize that. That's staff. He's sitting back there like this, not taking notes, not writing down the questions that need to be answered. And you say, oh, how Mr. Vaticiotis, he's the only one who's done any research on this. And because of his engineering background and his knowledge, you should use it to learn about how to do this project. Secondly, years ago, you formed a Marine Advisory Commission. Have you taken their advice? They've kind of basically disbanded. Have you done that? Don't know. Thirdly, all this talk about waiting for federal money, state money, county money, begging and then patting yourselves on the back as, oh, Commissioner, Representative Bill Arakis or Representative Sproul's going to get us some money. You could have done this already. You got money in the reserves that you could have already started and done this. And in the meantime, you're paying the Stamets boys all these years for a spoil site that's not being used, money that could have already been going to this project. And then you come back and then you file for the funding and get reimbursed. That's what Chris was talking about. Y'all sit there and, oh, we're working on this and we got these consultants. Y'all could have already had this project already in play. But you want to act like we got the friends up there in Washington and Tallahassee, yet they're the ones who voted against the infrastructure bills.
Mr. Delacos, would you keep your voice down low?
No,
Why not?
my voice
You
is
can do
strong
that. I know you
because
can
I
do it.
have a point to make.
Yeah.
And you're afraid to hear the power of the people. Thank you.
Joan Jennings, 2204 Pine Drive. I was part of the Marine Commerce Commission that was convened in 2016. And I just wanted to say that the chair at the time, Pandeli Clanaris and Mark Licoris, did extensive tours of the city to identify the spoil site. And the recommendation from the committee rather, was to purchase it. And that advice was not followed. And as a result, we've been paying very extensive, lease fees on the property. As we all know, property is getting scarcer and it's getting more expensive. So I just wish that the advice of the committee had been taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Imagine, Mayor, if we would have already filed for a claim from the BP spill back in 2010, we could have had anywhere up to $5-6 million. We could have dredged the whole river all the way around. We could have bought the biggest commercial fishing boats that come in and boost up our economy. That comes with poor planning. That comes with the city manager not following up with things, Mayor. We are losing our commercial fishing industry. Our sponging industry is completely almost extinct, except for those 3 to 4 hardworking sponge divers. And I remember when you went up to Tallahassee to go lobby to go get that money, but have you gone up since that one time you went and visited and you posted that Facebook picture? I know you're laughing. I know it's funny.
No. I guess you would have listened to what I just said earlier about the funding we get.
Well, I was too busy watching Jacob text everybody in Townsend. So
because it's very, very good information. That's why I
that's
interrupted you.
good.
I'm sorry.
That's good. But you guys need to be once a month. One of you guys need to be up there lobbying, going up there asking for the money. We need to get it done. Tell me another river in Pinellas County from south of us. Only closest thing is Boca Ciega. Hey, so let's do this river is our lifeline to everything in town. So your biggest project should be right now is focused on this river. I read articles from the 70s about the dredging. I read some more articles about in the 90s, and we're just prolonging this stuff. It takes real leadership. It takes you all to take turns with one another. And come on, he's asking questions. I'm sorry, but I'm really disappointed with the Army Corps representation today. I don't know if they're just tired or whatever, but there wasn't enough communication and enough projection. It was very poor. It was very poor. And we're depending on them to help deepen our river. So please, regardless of, you're going to receive a lot of backlash about how slow this project's taken, but you guys got to do whatever you can before next March to get this job done. That way you can guys walk out with your heads up high. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Please come forward to the podium. Here none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on these items, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We are now going to commission comments. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Klug. Is there a website that the Army Corps of Engineers has available that we can actually get online to follow the project, the progress of the project?
What do you mean once construction would start, or just the
Even from now.
status of the procurement?
Even from now, yes.
FedBiz Ops, the notice of award would be posted on FedBiz Ops, or it's actually called betasam.gov is the website now, with where the solicitation opportunities and advertisements and awards are posted. You can track beta.sam for notice of award. And we would also obviously be making notification to Mr. Robertson as well.
Okay, if we can actually put the link on our website, Mr. Roberts, please. Thank you. Commissioner Vaticiores, apologize to you for interrupting you earlier, but I think would be very beneficial to all of us if you and Mr. Licorice get together and actually compile all these questions, the good questions that you have. Perhaps we'll get an answer from the Army Corps of Engineers, if you would.
Mayor,
Because they were
my
good
experience
questions.
has been, as you saw tonight, I can ask one question, I get an answer, but that doesn't give me the information I need. And then I have to ask another question. And so I appreciate putting things in writing, but nothing is better than actually speaking to the gentleman from the Army Corps. In other words, to fully understand what we're doing. That's why I don't write these memoranda. The last time I wrote a memorandum, you saw what happened. I was accused of being abusive or whatever you want to call it.
That's no.
So I'm here to ask this gentleman questions, and I need to fully understand the process, which I do have a great deal of experience in knowing where we're heading on this thing. And I think it's important for the commission to at least see it the way I'd like to explain it this evening, as far as what the issues are. And if the commission wants to do something about it, fine. If they don't, that's up to the commission. So I don't mind putting these questions together, but they're very much the way you heard them this evening. I'm very concerned that Mr. Robertson needs to understand what our responsibilities are going to be for the extended turning basin, the disposal of the spoils, and also the clearing of the site. And it may look like we've got 1 year to do this all in, but I can assure you when things start moving, that dredge company gets done, they're going to be gone and we're not going to have any resource here to ask questions of. It's going to be completely up to the city.
Well, again, the reason for that is because Mr. Klug really could not answer most of the questions you asked. And so perhaps we can get it from the Army Corps of Engineers.
Well, if we could go through the commission comments and then I can tell you
Address
the way
that.
I see
Sure.
it, if you don't
We'll do
mind.
that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Carr, have any comments?
Obviously, this is it's been going on since I've been on the board for 4 years now. I just want to say I'm appreciative to Speaker Sprouls and his office. I really appreciate the support for this from day one. Also appreciated to Congressman Bilirakis and his office. Tarpon Springs is very grateful for what's being done at the state level and the federal level throughout the country. So we do appreciate the partnership with Pinellas County also. So thank you for being here, Kayla. And overall, it's just trying to put one foot in front of the other. And there's definitely been a lot of frustrations with this dredge as a process moving forward. But like I say is that we've all worked on this tirelessly. The staff has definitely put in a lot of work on this, and whatever we need to do to support it to move it forward continuously, we're gonna try to do from the board standpoint. So I'm looking forward to getting this done. But although it is a little frustrating, we just got to keep looking forward. So thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini, any comments?
I don't have much to add, Mayor, other than just, I've voiced some frustration with this before, but, I don't know what more, we can do on our level other than continue to push and continue to utilize the resources that we have. I am appreciative to those who have, greater knowledge in this particular arena. But, for me, I wish that this would be further along. I wish that the channel or the turn basin would have already been dredged. I think we all recognize how important it is to our local economy and just our city in general. But I continue to support it, and whatever I can do to help, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner David?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd hate to echo the same thing we've been saying up here, since at least I've been on the board, but it's been years and years of the same project. So I'm looking forward to getting it done. I appreciate the federal assistance. I appreciate the state assistance. But we've had funding, we've lost funding, we're trying to get funding again. It's certainly a frustrating project, and whatever it's going to take to get it done, we're going to get it done.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll keep them brief. First of all, the federal channel from the bridge or marker to marker one or the island is easy. That Mr. Klug laid that out straightforward. Hopefully, with some luck, we'll have something in place and they can get started. However, the extended turning basin is another issue that actually, when they award their contract, we should be ready to be issuing our contract for that contractor, that dredge company, to start dredging. And I don't think we're there yet. So we need a lot of work to do. There's going to have to be some interaction between Mr. Robertson and Mr. Klug to understand what the provisions are of a contract like that to protect us, just as the Army Corps protects themselves. So between now and the end of April until the end of May, we've got basically a month to get our act together as far as a contract, the way Mr. Klug described it. And of course, that includes clearing the site and replacing it to the original condition. It seems like there's going to be a lot less than what the original approach was, but a little more than what we had thought back in the fall when Mrs. Trulock was here. Lastly, the one thing that I think we do need to get an estimate for the dredging from the marker one or the island out to the sea buoy. And the reason why is, as Ms. Sardulias pointed out, and you talk to any of these gentlemen here that operate basically shrimp boats and large fishing boats, that's how they get in and out. I've talked to a couple of people today. One person I learned today has actually relocated their operations. They still have a home here, but one of the large shrimp boats is relocated elsewhere. And not any disrespect or anything else with regard to the Army Corps, but the Army Corps takes broad strokes to these sort of things. So when you talk about a shrimp boat, their operations are very transient in the sense that they follow the shrimp from Mobile, Alabama, all the way around the west end of Key West up to the eastern seaboard a ways and then turn back around. So it doesn't matter whether they're actually docked here in Tarpon Springs or in Hooker's Point in Tampa or in Fort Myers. So that's probably one of the reasons why we're a lower priority, is because there's these larger boats that we need are somewhat transient. However, some of those boats are actually their homes, and they do come in fully unloaded, and they can't come in and offload. That's another part. So it's just like it's easier to go somewhere else for some of these boats. Secondly, the boats that do have a large catches, they can't get in here because of the depths right now, not because of the federal channel, but also out at the south end of the island. And so they offload somewhere else, which is, we lose revenue in that. And also they do come back unloaded, and then they dock, and then they go home and sort of thing. So we're losing boats, and we're in this whole business of this outside cut, this cut 1, 2, and the proposed rerouting is actually affecting our economy as we speak. And that's the one thing that we need to appreciate. The other part of that is that I'm not really sure the proposed timing of actually making that. So it's the two parts. It's the funding that evidently it's not a high enough priority, but as Mr. Klug, I think, alluded to, as I understand what he was saying, it's just not a high priority period. So we're not going to worry about actually finalizing the proposed changes to that route until it does become a higher priority, which I think is a problem, because if that doesn't change, and we're asking how we change that, that's where we have to work through our elected officials, such as Congressman Bilirakis and our 2 U.S. senators, and get their help with the Army Corps, and also write a resolution asking for that priority to be increased so that work can actually be done. Even if we had the money today to provide them, they don't have the routes approved yet. And so that to me is a big bottleneck, and that to me is a big risk to our economy as we speak right now. So I want to make sure the commission understood that. And I'd always be happy to work with Mr. Robertson, the city manager, to provide whatever insight they need in order to draft these questions to the Army Corps. But we definitely need an estimate from them as far as what they think the cost is going to be. So for that outside area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. In closing, I would like to again express my appreciation to our representatives on federal level, state level, county, and of course us in the city. And we continue to track the House Bill 2023, which is going to provide us the funding for the extended attorney basin, the $724,000. So with that, Mr. Klug, thank you very much for being here with us tonight.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Thank you. The item number 2 is the external audit, Malden and Jennings. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Ron Herring, Finance Director. Tonight we have the presentation of the city's external independent financial audit. State Statute 218.39 requires local governments to have an annual financial audit performed by an independent certified public accountant within 9 months of the end of the fiscal year. The city's audit can be found on the city's website under the document library. The firm of Malden Jenkins was retained by the city to perform this audit. And tonight we have Daniel Anderson, who is director with Malden and Jenkins, to present the city's audit.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As Ron mentioned, my name is Daniel Anderson, and I'm an audit director with Malden and Jenkins. I was responsible for the day-to-day activities for the city's 2020 fiscal year end audit. I have a brief presentation for you this evening, but feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions, or I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the city's comprehensive annual financial report, as Ron mentioned, out on the city website. Additionally, as part of your agenda packet, you should have a document that we refer to as the auditor's discussion and analysis. Governmental auditing standards require us to communicate certain items with governance at the conclusion of the audit. We can do this either orally or in a written format. We choose to do it in this written document. So you'll find all of that information within there, and I'll briefly go through this document as part of my presentation. It is about a 30-page document, so as I go through it, I'll try and refer to the specific page numbers that I am looking at. And I'll jump early to page 2. The 2020 fiscal year end was the first year that Malden & Jenkins performed your audit, so I did want to give you a little bit of background about us. We are a large regional audit organization with 9 offices across the Southeast, including 2 in Florida. Your audit was performed from our Bradenton, Florida office location. Our governmental niche is the firm's largest niche, serving over 500 governmental entities. Within this 500 includes over 120 municipalities, such as the city of Tarpon Springs, as well as 120 entities that seek and receive the GFOA Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting on an annual basis, such as the city as well. The last thing about us that we're certainly proud of is about a year ago, one of our governmental partners was elected to be the chair of the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards. So we're certainly proud of the fact that the standard setting body for governmental accounting sought someone from our practice to lead their organization for the next 7 years. Moving to page 4, this provides a summary of the independent auditor's report that you'll find within the comprehensive annual financial report. Ultimately, the financial statements are the responsibility of management. Our responsibilities is to express an opinion on these financial statements based on the procedures performed in accordance with governmental auditing standards. Based on our audit, we have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest form of assurance that we can render. Therefore, the city's financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2020 are fairly presented, again, in our opinion. Moving to page 5, this just provides some general information about the comprehensive annual financial report. The requirements are only to provide the information within the financial section. However, the city elects to go beyond what is required and put together the full comprehensive document, which includes the introductory section as well as the statistical section. Within the 2020 financial statements, there is an award certificate from the 2019 audit, which provides the GFOA Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting. And this is something that the city has sought and received for 29 consecutive years, which is certainly something to be proud of. Moving to page 6 and really down on the second half of it, there are 3 other compliance reports that you'll find within the back of the financial statements. One is a report that we refer to as the Yellow Book Report, which provides a compliance report on testing that we performed regarding the city's compliance with laws and regulations, as well as internal controls over that compliance. This report is what we refer to as a negative assurance report, so we're not providing an opinion. However, if we note any instances of noncompliance, you'll find that within that report. We're happy to note that there were no instances of noncompliance identified during our audit procedures. Additionally, there is an independent auditor's management letter, which goes over the requirements of the Florida Auditor General and testing that we perform regarding that. Another report that doesn't have an opinion issued to it, but there are no matters that we need to bring to your attention as part of that report. The last report at the back of the document is called the Independent Accountant's Report. This was added a few years ago that requires us to perform procedures regarding the investment of public funds in accordance with Florida statutes. Again, within that report, there are no issues noted based on the testing that we've performed. Jumping to page 7 does go through those required communications that I discussed. The first section there talks about our responsibilities in accordance with governmental auditing standards and everything associated with that. That's really just a replication of what I indicated within the audit report. The accounting policies are the responsibility of management. Moving to page 8. Additionally, management is responsible for its judgments and accounting estimates, as well as the financial statement disclosures. In performing our audit, we encountered no significant difficulties with management. There were no significant audit adjustments that we felt needed to be brought to your attention. And there were also no uncorrected misstatements where we proposed an audit adjustment and the city elected not to post it. Moving to page 9, we encountered no disagreements with management over the application of any significant accounting policies or procedures. At the conclusion of our audit, we did obtain written representations from management over the accuracy of the information provided to us. We're not aware of management's consultations with other accountants or what we refer to as opinion shopping. There were no significant issues discussed with management. Malden and Jenkins is independent with respect to the city, and we're not aware of any other documents that contain the audited basic financial statements. Moving to page 10, we did identify 2 recommendations that we wanted to bring to your attention. That's only going to be found within this document. You won't notice it within the comprehensive annual financial report. The first is in regards to the golf course fund. It has an interfund liability. And this interfund liability is essentially created because it is overdrawn on the pooled cash that the city has. So we are recommending that management and the board here to implement a plan to make both the golf course fund and the general fund whole with regards to this liability within the upcoming fiscal year, which is fiscal year 2021 that we're in. The second recommendation is in regards to cyber attacks. And I'll tell you, this is a recommendation that we've issued in all of our audits, and it's really in response to a potential attack that the city of Oldsmar had a couple months ago on its water treatment facility. You know, cybersecurity is a hot topic within accounting and really across the governmental industry. Most of the attacks that you see in the news are financial related, where someone's trying to attack your financial system, or they're trying to encourage your employees to pay a fictitious vendor or a fictitious account. This attack was different, and that's why we wanted to bring it to your attention, because it was actually an attack to disrupt the water system, you know, which would certainly have an impact on the citizens of the city. So our recommendation is just a general recommendation to work with your internal IT department and make sure that you have policies and procedures in place to prevent an attack like this from happening, or detect it and mitigate it in a timely manner should something like that occur. Starting on page 11 and going through the rest of the document really just provides information about upcoming accounting standards that will be implemented within the city over the next 5 years. As I mentioned, I have a colleague that went to lead the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And as you can tell from this document, he's going to be very busy over these next several years. I'll tell you the 2 big pronouncements, are really starting on page 11 that will be implemented within the next couple of years for the city are in regards to fiduciary activities and potentially changing how we're reporting those within the financial statements. And then leases as well, both where the city would serve as the lessee and the lessor. So those are taking effect within fiscal year 2021 and 2022 respectively. And we're certainly going to be working with Ron and his team to make sure that the city has everything in place to implement these standards as they come required to be implemented. That's the presentation that I have for this evening. I certainly want to thank Ron and his staff. You know, the first year with the new audit firm is always challenging, but he and his staff did a great job in helping us to complete the audit in a timely and efficient manner. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you
Thank
may
you.
have.
Good evening, Mr. Anderson, and I want to thank you for the report. I'd like to congratulate our staff for on receiving the Government Finance Officers Association Award for the 29th consecutive time. Mr. Harry, congratulations to you and to all your staff. Mr. Anderson, you identified 2 liabilities. One is the golf course, and the other one was the cyber attacks. And I agree with you on both. I agree that we need to evaluate the operation and financials of the golf course to make sure that it will be good and success. We have a good, successful operation. We need to I need to ask Mr. LaCourse to look at that, and before we go to the budget session, to take a look at that as well. In regards to the cyber attacks, being that this is a security issue, I really don't want to discuss anything like that tonight, but I'd like to ask Mr. LaCourse to set up one-to-one meetings with all of us and the IT director, so we have a very good understanding what we're doing and what we should do for the future. So thank you so much.
Certainly. And if you don't mind, I have one comment on that. One thing that I did want to note is, we have to evaluate cybersecurity in designing our audit procedures. In that evaluation process, there were no errors or anything that we saw that raised a red flag. This is just simply another matter that we want to make sure that the city is saying, okay, this is something new. Let's just make sure we have a plan in place for this. Should something like this occur at our city.
Yeah, well, cyber attacks is, like you said, it's a concern. Everybody's concerned on all levels of government. So, and it just so happened not too far from here. So everybody's concerned about that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Mayor, I have no different, I'm sorry, the questions are the same that you asked, so I have no further questions.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Really just one question. I'm aware of the liability to the golf course or of the golf course to the general fund. We've had that liability for quite some time now, but I see in your backup where you talk about the American Rescue Plan. Mr. Herring, is that something that you think you can touch on for us?
Yes, Commissioner, the American Rescue Plan, which is going to be coming available and hopefully, between the federal government to the state, when we get the money this, hopefully June or July, that is money that we can use for revenue reductions to help out the golf course fund.
And what do we anticipate getting?
10.7 million.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, you'd think we would know about that, Ron? Are you being serious? 10.7 million?
Yeah.
We did
I
send
didn't know
out the
about that.
information on
I'll
that.
be darned, I missed it.
I'm
So-
sorry.
So we're going to be able to pay off the $1.3 million that the general fund, that the golf course owes the general fund.
Correct.
And then what are the plans?
On a
for-
cash basis.
Right. And what are the plans for the balance of the money?
The part of the issue probably to be, the last 2 years, we had a plan to try to reduce the balance. We were on a good path. But the last 2 years, the golf course has had some closure. Last year for almost 2 months due to COVID. And the year before that, there was a lot of rain and flooding. So that sort of sidetracked our plan. Hopefully, between the American Rescue Plan and anything, if we have to transfer money from the general fund or loan, we will do that.
And then just for the interest of the public, the $1.3 million is not just the golf course per se bleeding. It's in relation to some large scale projects that took place a number of years ago. Is that right?
I have the whole history of the golf course fund going back to 1996 when we took it over, and really the negative cash position started in 99. Maybe more than you want to hear, but the golf course has enough revenues to cover operations. During the time from 1996 to 2015, there was $2 million of capital done at the golf course, which it needed. But the golf course really didn't have the money to try to cover operations and the capital expenditures. Is really the emphasis between, how we've gotten this position. About 5-6 years ago, I said, we got to stop the capital in the golf being charged as a golf course fund. We eliminated the major capital, except for anything minor like computers or something like that. We also eliminated the interfund transfer that was being for administrative work that was being transferred from the golf course fund to from the golf course fund to the general fund. We started out transferring $275,000 a year, which was 20% of revenues. We've eliminated that transfer. We gradually decreased it from the $275,000, and last year was the last year we totally eliminated the transfer from the golf course fund to the general fund. So that's the plans we have implemented, and hopefully, like I say, the golf course can handle operations and have a little bit of net income. But anything other than that, it's and you hate to see, competition with the other golf courses, trying to keep the rates, in line with the other courses and stuff. So there's probably a limit to the revenues, and then there's Mother Nature out there with the rain, and then economically with COVID. So you never know each year. You hope the revenues will come in at like 1.35 million or 1.4 million, but like the last couple of years, they've been at a little bit over 1.1 million for each of the last 2 years.
Thanks for the background,
no problem.
Commissioner, just one thing I want to say. Don't get excited about that rescue plan until we see what the criteria is. All they put out was the money. They've not told us what we can spend it on, how, what's the criteria. That's what all the cities are waiting for. So while they put that figure out, we don't know if it can be used for this. We really don't know what it can be used for yet until the government comes out with what the criteria are for the money is. As soon as that come, all the city and city managers are waiting for it, and we'll get that information to you as soon as we know, because it's hard for us to plan on what we can do with our money until we know what the criteria is to be able to spend it. And we don't know that yet.
Thank you.
It was approved on March 11th, so they're supposed to, within 2 months, the Treasury is supposed to give us more guidance. They gave us a couple bullet points, pretty vague, but We can use it for revenue reductions due to COVID. The other line bullet point was we can use it for investment in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So all of us cities have been talking, we've listened to seminars, but it's still, the Treasury Department, from what I've heard, is required within 2 months from March 11th to give us more further guidance on what we can use it for. Because can it be used for stormwater? Can it be for streets and besides water and sewer?
Thanks, Ron.
Sure.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I just really had two comments. One, I just want to say I appreciate you guys putting the continuing education stuff into the presentation. Is that free?
Yes, certainly. And that's free not only to Ron and his staff, but if you guys ever want to participate in any of the sessions as well, we do offer them quarterly, 2 different sessions that are really the same session, but 2 different days each quarter. We typically like to have them on site and in person. However, with COVID, it has gone to a virtual format, so you can just log in from wherever you're at if you want to. And we certainly will keep Ron on the invitation list for the future seminars that we have going on and have him pass them along to anyone else that he thinks may want to attend.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and then also I just wanted to point out that the other thing you covered with the cybersecurity is especially relevant. There's kind of a target on small municipalities' backs right now, just given what happened with the water. But I'm just glad that the audit reinforced what we already knew, which is Ms. Linton and our IT department does a fantastic job of keeping us safe and secure.
Thank you. Commissioner Tikiotis.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, thanks. I love the CAFR. I go through them all the time and I use them as a reference. Mr. Herring doesn't understand that, but I've just got a thing for numbers. So I just wanted to just follow up quickly on the American Rescue Plan. I think Mr. Herring made representations that if it doesn't work with the American Rescue Plan, we'll find some other source of money to correct it. Is that correct? But I'm sure you may not be talking about the entire amount, or is it important that we clear up the entire amount, or is it just a partial would be okay as long as we're showing progress in that regard? From an accounting.
Yeah, I'll tell you, our recommendation wasn't specifically to use the American Rescue Plan funding. That was an option to be using as long as you have a plan in place. And I would say your plan could be, hey, we're going to pay this off over a 5-year term where, we'll transfer 1/5 of it over the next 5 years.
That would be acceptable from an auditing perspective.
Certainly. And the thing with the interfund liabilities is, when you have a negative pooled cash position, it has to be reported as a due to another fund. And based on the accounting standards, the due tos refer to items that are paid within 1 year. So if you do take an approach where it's going to be paid over an extended period of time, the portions that won't be repaid within 1 year would become an advance to or from, which has a little bit separate reporting requirements from the due tos.
But they're I want to acceptable from a GSAB.
Certainly, yeah. It would basically be an interfund loan. Okay. The advances is how that would be reported.
I went back. I think the sanitation fund paid for some of these projects that Commissioner Terrapini was talking about. But I went back through, I think, 2017 that we had online, the CAFRs online, and basically we're at 850,000 liability at that point. Now we're up to 1.4 or something like that. My concern is whatever we do, and I know you alluded to it, Mr. Herring, as far as paying it off once, but not really fixing the problem of how we got into this situation to begin with is going to be important. So whatever we do, I'm going to be looking in the future for some remedial plan to make sure that we don't do this continues on. So next year we pay 250 off and then we're 350 in the hole or something like that. So I understand. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, we go into the public comments now. Any public comments, please come to the podium.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. First, I'd like to thank these gentlemen for bringing forward very important information for our city. But I would also like to note that many years ago, I had this conversation with Ari, who worked in accounting in the city, and she was touting to me how the city basically got a clean bill of health from the external auditor. And I was like, well, that's interesting because the same company did the audit for St. Petersburg, gave them a clean bill of health. And city council member Carl Nurse discovered $20,000 that they missed. Try to find that newspaper article, but you know, St. Pete Times, they've lost them. So now you have to have newspapers.com to find anything today. So I don't remember the name of the firm, but it was within a reasonable amount of time, 2008, 2009, I think, ish. So it's a good thing that you're getting an internal auditor as well. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm sure they do great work, but it's always good to check to make absolutely certain there isn't any thing that was missed. And as you guys were interviewing for the internal auditor, you know, he said some people are very good at hiding this stuff. That's what he said. And he even said that if an auditor comes to you and says they're looking for, how did he say it? Fraud. They're lying to you. So this stuff is reported. That's what he said when you guys interviewed him, and that's the guy you went with. Fascinating. So just keep that stuff in mind. Sometimes it helps to do an extra bit of legwork on your own. Mr. Larson, I was reminded that it wasn't necessarily a rounding up to the nearest penny. There was a retainer for the attorneys. And some things that they did were supposed to be covered by that retainer. And yet they were charging the city for those same things. So they were double dipping. It took Commissioner Larson to look at the backup to figure that out. Is anybody else doing that? Maybe the internal auditor could start there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Just want to start off with how much did we pay this external auditing company to do this audit with us? Soon we're going to have this internal auditor come in, which is a fact that back in 1976, the internal auditor at the time, the books were all messed up. And who came to the rescue again? Commissioner James Jim Koulianos, where he's one of the leaders to help push this external auditor over the course of time. As certain members of this, board and their families, they kept this external auditor stuff going out. But I'm just really curious to figure out, are we really checking everything top to bottom, inside out? I'm not sure. And now we're talking about the golf course. The golf course is a cash-based business, a lot of it. Peak season, you're paying $48 to go shoot 18 holes. During the dead season, you're paying $25. So I don't know. Well, you're telling me we don't make enough money to upkeep it and have a profit with our golf course? Well, I don't know how that is. And our actual clubhouse, it's time for you all to start considering a complete renovation of the clubhouse. We have the least attractive operating clubhouse in northern Pinellas County when it comes to golf courses. Go check all of them. People actually hang out after you golf. They sit, they eat food, they have a couple beers, hang out with their friends. You don't do that at the Tarpon one. It's a beat down shack. So you guys should be able to help create a clubhouse where people want to hang out. People will decide to go eat at the clubhouse, just like they do at Wentworth or Crescent Oaks or Landsbrook, just to go have dinner or something. So there's ways to improve our clubhouse. We're out of date with that. That's a cash cow business that, that needs to be checked, as well as the waste facility going off of the Mears extension. That's another cash business that I'm concerned about. And let's see what else. Just everyday operations with that golf course. There was that one time The city was involved with some type of illegal gambling operations. Nobody got in trouble with it. That's fine. I understand people out there on the golf course, they make bets all the time, but you guys really care about your residents, and I don't know if you guys golf at all. I'm not sure. It's a hard sport. Fix up the clubhouse, knock it down or redo it. That should be a focal point right inside downtown where people want to go visit. Thank you.
Any other public comments? I hear none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. That closing the public comments. Are there any commission comments on this? Any other discussion?
Can I just make a point real quick, Mayor?
Sure.
I just want to make a point. So there's an internal auditor and there's an external auditor. By state statute, we're required to have both of them. This individual who's here tonight is here as an external auditor outside of the city of Tarpon Springs to say, has the internal auditors and the city of Tarpon Springs kept track of what they're supposed to do, et cetera. So there are some checks and balances in place. I just want to make sure that's put on the record from some of the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We go into the item number 3, which is the planning updates. A, strategic plan update, and B is the comprehensive plan update. Mr. Licouris?
Yes, Ms. Benson.
Oh, I'd like to, for the record, like to say that this works with item number 11, it's related. This presentation will be with item number 11.
Ms. Benson?
Earlier good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, Renee Vincent, Planning Director. Plan discussion was deferred from the last agenda. Since that point in time, I've had the opportunity to speak with the 2 proposers who are USF, Institute of Government, and Collaborative Labs. And they are requesting jointly that this item be, this initial item of the discussion of the strategic plan be deferred this evening. They want to submit a joint proposal for the board's consideration. And so I'm just passing along that request to the board for hopefully for your consideration this evening.
Ms. Vincent, tell us again, how's that going to work? Are they going to be partners on these projects?
Exactly, yes. They
Are they
would.
going to split the bill, or how's that going to
We'll
work?
see what they come back with. Yes, but it would be, they both have different strengths that they bring to the table. And obviously USF Institute of Government is very focused on, government operations and their, the data and analysis behind it. Collaborative Labs, their strong suit really is actually, the collaboration and consensus building. And so we really need both of those pieces. And so it's an interesting opportunity. They did come to us and request that they actually work together on this to get the best product possible for the city.
Okay, so we're going to get the expertise from both entities, huh?
Yes.
If we do this, you also requesting item number 11 to be deferred as well?
Yes, sir. That would be the request.
Vice Mayor Corey, any take on that?
I have no problem deferring this tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini?
Likewise.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vincent. I just had a brief question as far as, and maybe you don't know because they haven't proposed it yet, but for their joint proposal, is that going to be like an upfront cost like USF was originally proposing, or is that going to be, a little bit of Collaborative Labs where they say, hey, you have a 4-hour time limit or it's per hour?
I don't have an answer for that. If there's a preference for the board, I think if I were in your shoes, I would be looking for more of a lump sum approach to this. We can certainly relay that information back.
Okay, yeah, that's just something to highlight. I would really, really prefer a lump sum rather than hourly. I mean, it's 9:00 at night. We haven't made it to consent, so this is just kind of the nature of the board is long meetings, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we need to plan accordingly with the strategic plan for sure.
Understood.
Commissioner Ticouris, what's your take on that?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I received Ms. Vincent's email today, and I did have a chance to talk to her later in the afternoon about it, and I agree with deferring it. But just from a timing perspective, can you kind of give us a little insight on that?
The intent would be to bring it back to a meeting in May.
In May?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you very much.
May, okay. If we all agree, I guess I need a motion to defer the presentation as well as item number 11.
So moved.
Second.
You need a second, Mayor?
I second.
Yeah, we got second. Roll call to defer that item.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. And next is the consent agenda. Number 4 is satisfaction, release of
Oh,
liens.
wait, I have this, the second part of mine is the comprehensive plan RFP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not deferred.
You don't want, okay, you don't want that. All right,
Please don't.
all right.
Thank you. Thank you again. You know, the board was generous enough during last year's budgeting process to give a chunk of, you know, consulting dollars to the planning department. And we really want to move forward with a request for proposals at this time to do a, you know, a wholesale kind of update to the comprehensive plan. Really, our reviews by the state of Florida are due in 2023. And as you know, also the charter was amended and does require that the comp plan be, and other plans be reviewed and updated as necessary every 3 years. So attached for your review is the draft RFP. We do have set a budget of 100,000 that is in my budget now to do this, to do the work. The way the RFP is drafted, it does recognize collaborating with and taking advantage of the strategic plan process at the same time. So hopefully we can have cohesion, you know, between those two plans as we move forward. So with that, I'll stop and just answer any questions. I did receive Commissioner Vaticiotis's review comments on the comprehensive plan on the proposal. I fully concur with what he's hit on there. And so I have no issues working those to the RFP. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, Ms. Vincent, well, it is the charter requirement to update the comprehensive plan every 3 years, and it's also state requirement, so we have to do that. I support your request to initiate the RFP and to go forward with it. I think it's a very good timing to do all these updates that we need to do.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Carr,
No comments.
do you agree with the initiate the RFP?
Yeah, let's move forward.
Move forward. Commissioner Terrapini.
I also agree to move forward. My question is regarding the budget. Renee, does the 14,000 that's left unencumbered give you enough to finish the year?
Oh, yes, it does.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, my question was just for the timeline. I know you said you might want to move this kind of in lockstep with the strategic plan. And I see here that it's the kickoff is September. Does that mean, you know, we're kind of eyeballing September for the strategic plan as well?
I think by the time we, you know, get the strategic plan rolling, you know, the intent would be hopefully that, yes, we can have that consultant in tow and at least be able to coordinate, either take advantage of what we've already done with the strategic plan or go ahead and coordinate directly. So that's my best intent. We'll see if we can line them up, you know, nicely. It may not work as well as I hope, but that's the intent. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Thank you. I also spoke with Ms. Vincent briefly about this today to make sure that 100,000 is enough. Actually, money's never enough. You can always use more, but as I understand, you're willing to go with that amount right now.
I think so. I did reach out to a colleague that, you know, works in private sector that's a little better at budgeting these types of things than I am, frankly. But they did indicate that, you know, the scope of the proposal seemed reasonable for the budget. Obviously, I think it, you know, is going to be on us, meaning the planning staff, to fill the gaps where we need to. And we certainly have those skills and, you know, are happy to really, we want to be all in on this ourselves.
Right. And then also, since the USFIG and the SPC collaborative labs are going to go back and kind of come back. Perhaps they can take into account this memorandum, both the strategic plan aspect comments and also the comprehensive plan, because really the two, I think, as the mayor alluded to at the very beginning, they are interconnected. And also the starting and the coordinating is all part of that. The one thing that I did mention to Ms. Vincent, I just want to briefly mention it, and I did discuss briefly with Mr. LaCourse as well, that I do want to bring forward another staff position with regard to the sustainability coordinator that would actually be very integral to this process because of the sustainability being both environmental, social, and economic, would cut across just about everything that we've got in the comprehensive plan. And the only thing I would recommend would be that if we do agree with the sustainability coordinator, that person be operating out of Ms. Vincent's planning department, which I'm sure she can use the help, because I think, as understood, part of your staff is actually going to be working on this as well. So it's not just going to be a standalone consultant's going to do everything from soup to nuts.
Certainly,
You'll be involved in
yes.
that. So
Absolutely.
she is going to be expending her own resources. I know we talked about that during the budget, though, at that time, but I just want to mention at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We go into public comments of the item 3B, which is the comprehensive plan update. Do we have any comments on that? Go ahead.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Now that we deferred the strategic plan, but they're mixed together with the comprehensive plan, I did want to read an article from 1993. Tarpon Springs residents can choose their future. Under the leadership of City Manager Carrie Smith, Tarpon Springs plans to produce a strategic plan for economic development. The plan will provide the answer to the questions: what must Tarpon Springs do to be a city where businesses prosper and residents enjoy a high quality of life? Strategic planning is a technique used by many corporations and private agencies, and recently by some large cities, to plan for the future. But it is extremely unusual for a small town like Tarpon Springs to use strategic planning. If not for the foresight of a professional city manager, the process probably would not be underway now in Tarpon Springs. Even more unusual is that Tarpon Springs will take a refreshing approach to strategic planning. Regular citizens, not just officials and experts, will decide what the plan should say. Businesses and community groups will be involved too. This approach will encourage a citywide cohesiveness that sometimes has been lacking in Tarpon Springs. Why is this plan important? Smith and other officials in Tarpon Springs recognize that a crunch is coming. The city's growth is slowing. Businesses are struggling as they are in other cities. The community is not wealthy. In fact, its residents increasingly oppose the added burden of higher taxes and fees. What will happen if businesses and individuals can't prosper financially in Tarpon Springs, and if city government can't provide services considered essential? The city no longer will be seen as a desirable place to live, and children will grow up and move away in search of a more prosperous place to put down roots. Now, I saw online that we created a citizen engagement platform. I would ask Mrs. Vincent to reach out to the lady who's helping develop the website. You got to reach out to the citizens. I know we can tell them to go to this website, but they're not. You got to reach out to people. You got to meet them across the 50-yard line, whether it be Facebook, all these big social media platforms. I know people laugh, but more people will get involved, and you will be able to get a big, wide opinion on everybody in Tarpon Springs. 70 people is not enough. It's just not enough in a city of 25,000 people. And I'm concerned, as this is coming in September, 3 commissioners may not be on the board come March 2022. So are they going to really consider and helping us plan with the rest of the citizens for the future of Tarpon Springs? And like I said, this was from Kerry Smith from when this was a city manager that was ousted by Father Blaine LaCourse, Commissioner Sally, as well as the mayor at the time. And we need to move forward. The strategic planning is to help out our city, and us not having one is just a detriment. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item?
Me, I'm not sure. I'll ask the question if it's appropriate for me to do.
Please, would you come to this microphone, please?
I'm Annie Dams, 803 South Distance Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I'm not sure about the comprehensive plan, but what I wanted to ask, my question was in reference to historic preservation for Tarpon Springs. Is that included? If not, I don't.
I can't answer those questions right now. After we finish with public comments, I will have Mrs. Vincent to answer those right now.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails
No
in
emails
regards to
on-
the comprehensive plan?
No emails on this item, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak about the comprehensive plan update?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Before we go to the commission discussion, I would like to ask Ms. Vincent, can you answer the question Ms. Debs had, please?
If I understood, if you're just asking, is the historic preservation a part of the comprehensive plan update? It's certainly, it is embedded into the comprehensive plan. And so, yes, there would be opportunities to address, historic preservation needs as part of the update.
Thank you. And we now come to the commission comments. Any commission comments, Vice Mayor? Commissioners, no? Okay, we move on now to the consent agenda.
Mayor, I just do have one. The next step is to do an RFP for the consulting for the comprehensive plan. Is
That's
that
what we
correct?
get.
And what's the timing on that?
I wanted to try to get it out as soon as possible. Originally, I was hoping to have it out the first week of May. It might slide a little bit now. I have to work with purchasing to get it out. But the intent would be to issue the RFP through Demand Star in the first week of May, or soon thereafter as possible. Allow about a 4 to 6 week time frame to allow proposals to come in. Hopefully, we could review and shortlist in July, August. Award the contract and then kick off in September.
July, August timeframe?
That
for
would be the
awarding
intent.
contract?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we go to the consent agenda. Number 4 is the satisfaction release of liens. Number 5 is the attorney fees. A, Trask and Dinold invoice April 22nd, 2021. B is Johnson and Johnson invoice 7623. Number 6 is the increase file 210050 for Dorset Park basketball courts upgrades. Number 7 is the award bid 210110 installation of pickleball court. And number 8 is the award file number purchase of work uniforms through the City of St. Petersburg contract number 242163. Number 9 is the increase file number 1800A9 supervisory control and data acquisition system programming, preventive maintenance and repair. And number 10 is the increase file number 200144 single source purchase of OEM comics parts and services. Are there any items that you'd like to pull?
I've got a question about one. It's a pickleball court one.
Number 7? Do you want to pull
Yes,
it? You just
number
want to
7.
ask a question?
I'll pull it, sure.
Okay. Are there any public comments on items 4 through 10 with the exception of 7?
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So just once again, about the attorney's fees, I plan to put in a records request myself, starting the day Commissioner Jeff Larson left office to the present time. But I don't have a lot of time to mess with this stuff. I was hoping that somebody at the city would do it, but if you don't, I will find out. Hopefully, they're not still double dipping. But it was discovered on multiple occasions. And Commissioner Larson asked the city manager, isn't somebody looking into this? He said yes. And he said, well, then how come I'm finding it if somebody else is looking into it? So if you have to read the retainer agreement. It's pretty simple math. You read the retainer agreement, then you go over the invoice and see if they're charging you again for stuff they did. All right. So if you don't want to do it, I'll try to find somebody to do it, or I can do it. But really, why is Commissioner Larson the only one looking into this stuff? It just, and now he's out and he's not doing it anymore. So I can only assume that they may have resumed that behavior because nobody's watching. Nobody's looking in the cookie jar, catching the hand in there. So maybe they haven't done it, and that's great. But if somebody's not watching, how do we know? That's all of our money. Even if it's just a few pennies here and there, that's all of our money. Whole city, every taxpayer. So since we've already discovered that they're not reading the, city code much, maybe they're also back to that practice. Somebody's got to do something about this. Maybe you come up with a quiz for them. And, you go through the city code and you come out with questions that they have to answer. If they can't answer them, then, maybe they get fined or replaced. Something's got to be done. And especially if they went back to doing that again. Can't just, let city attorneys being well paid, not reading the city code, also stealing potentially. I'm not accusing anybody of stealing. I'm saying that it was caught before by Commissioner Larson. Whether you call it stealing or not, misappropriation of funds, maybe that's a better term for it. I don't know. But if nobody's looking, you got to read the retainer agreement, and then you got to go through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb and see if they're double dipping. They did it before. Maybe it's a mistake. I don't know. But somebody's got to catch that mistake. Somebody's got to look into it. Don't make it be me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I believe this is going to be my last one physically here. 595 Peninsula Avenue. Just like Mr. Hrabowski was saying, I caught it myself. I told you about the emails, how the one individual, he replied back to the one individual as, thank you for the email, but yet charge the city $17. So you all need to decide if there's need to be a lower minimum bill rate, or do you guys want to get stuck paying $17 for a 10-second email and you get billed 6 minutes for it? There's a few other things that he's done. He's come up here with this poster boards and acted like people are making people feel uncomfortable. He's giving you guidance on violations of First Amendment rights. He was over here nodding his head, persuading some of the commissioners on the backside for the Anklo Harbors deal during Mr. Armstrong's closing arguments. That's not supposed to happen. I don't care if they pass referrals on to one another. And another thing when it comes to ethical stuff, remember my complaint I sent after I had to bond out of jail, and who was sitting in front of my property? The same person who's in fear of his life from me, but you guys sent patrol out to the police, to their houses, to your house too, Mayor, and the city manager's house. Oh, you didn't get that email? I'll send it to you. So They try to make me look like a threat for you guys. And when I sent in a complaint, an ethics complaint, you know what he said? Well, the commissioners didn't bring it up. I emailed all of you. I haven't gotten a response back yet on what you thought about Mark LaCour sitting in front of my house the day I bonded out, but yet police officers are supposed to be protecting his residence. And then he got caught because he couldn't get out of, he couldn't leave fast enough, where I took a picture of the back of his car. And he's such a little kid. He had these little sports emblems, professional emblems and stuff. But once he got caught, I put the complaint in, the emblems disappeared. So what was he doing? I mean, you guys trying to antagonize, and I don't like unethical responses. I don't like opinions. Opinion is opinion, a fact is a fact, and it's written there in black and white. So we need to have consistency. I've seen plenty of times before attorneys get fired for doing something supposedly wrong. And guess what happens? It's commissioners coming up here week after week throughout the history of Tarpon Springs, putting their grievances in, making the complaints, and keeping it going. So we're going to press on. I hope Mr. Trask cleans it up a little bit. I'd like to see a new minimum bill rate. You guys need to come up with an ordinance or see what's going on. And a lot of the money racket stuff. I received an email from Mr. Herring saying that the attorneys don't receive a percentage from the code enforcement fines. I want to ask Mr. Trask again in writing if he receives a percentage of it. Because if he does, he's part of the money racket. So is it? There's a reason why Dunedin kicked out his firm. There's another reason some other company on some other city on the East Coast did it too. And I'm not for good old boy network stuff. I don't care just because they keep you guys employed. You guys can spin up your opinions. That's how we're stuck back at this auditor stuff.
Are there any other public comments on these items? Here none. Ms. Manusis, have we received any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Mr. Joe, anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir.
Okay.
If you can please unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are, sir.
Hello? Thank you. Peter Lackas, 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida. It's interesting that we're back on attorney's fees because I used to get scolded years ago because I would go through the attorney's bills and question them. And in fact, eventually Mr. Yakovone revised the retainer agreement to make it more clear as to which fees were within the retainer and which fees were extraneous. And maybe to Mr. Kulyas's question, all the boards, the planning and zoning, the code enforcement, all the boards that we have a attorney at, they do get billed separately. So if those meetings get extended, they make more money. And that's the indirect way they get the money. They may not get a direct payment from someone as part of a percentage of fees, but if meetings are drawn out, they are there longer, plus they're prepped for the meetings and such of that nature. So that is how they get the billing. But my concern at this point would be that this board, once they bring the internal auditor, one of the first projects they should have is to review the attorney's billings, because there is the potential for either duplicative billing or billing for items that should be under the retainer, yet shouldn't be charged individually. And also they should look at billings for other attorneys that we hire, the city hires externally for other issues, because the only one we ever see is Johnson & Johnson about the labor disputes or other complaints. And we never hear anything about what those are about. Those are always hidden unless you could do a records request. So I would like to see those bills reviewed as for their validity and legitimacy. And lastly, when we do get a new board on, we are going to ask the new board to put out an RFP for new attorney services, because we feel that Trask Yakavone or Trask Deneau, whichever it's called now, has been here too long, and they're acting like they run the city. Whenever you have a quasi-judicial meeting, the mayor gives up his power as running the meeting and turns it over to Mr. Trask. Mr. Trask's duty at quasi-judicial meetings and any other meetings is to give you legal advice on questions that you may have with regards to whatever is the proceeding. It is not to run the meetings. Yet the mayor does not want to be responsible for that, so he hands it off to Mr. Trask. So we need to put out a new RFP once we get a new board, because I know this board will not do anything with regards to this, to advertise for a new attorney's firm, just like Dunedin did, just like other cities have done before. There's plenty of attorneys out there, firms that we feel we could get better representation, more fair representation, and not double dealing with the developers that come to town and emailing and speaking with them back and forth, helping them to get their projects through versus doing what's right for the city. Thank you.
Mr. Jeff, do you have anybody else online who wishes to speak?
We have another raised hand. I'll allow the next person in.
Good evening. It's Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I've got to sit there and ask all of you if this is not embarrassing to have residents coming up and not only questioning your decisions, but also questioning the integrity and questioning all of the decisions that you make and what you look into. Some of the most petty stuff you bring up that we have to sit there and listen through when there's major things that you could be going after and all putting your heads together to make this city better. I just don't understand it. To me, it would be an embarrassment to sit up there and have residents be so brutal to you, and it doesn't faze you. It really doesn't faze you. I watch every one of the expressions up there, and I just can't believe it. They sit there. You guys sit there and just, it doesn't matter. It's your way or the highway. And, you know, unfortunately, it looks like a narcissistic type of a board that just doesn't really care what the residents who put you there are explaining to you. I really don't see that any of the points that anyone makes changes any of the decisions that you guys make. And it's really disheartening. I really would like to be up there complimenting you and not saying what I'm saying right now. Thank you. Have a good evening. And I appreciate what the commissioners do. It is not an easy job. I know that.
Mr. Jeff, anybody else online wishing to speak?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. And we're now going to the commission comments and discussion. But before that, I need a motion.
So moved. Second.
Are there any commission comments, discussions of those items?
I just have one administrative comment. I wanted to apologize to Mr. Rabowski for stepping out during his comments. If I was physically able to sit through them, I would have, but I could not. So I'll promise to listen to all of his comments in entirety tomorrow as a replay on our TV station. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. And roll call, please.
Mr. Vaticius?
Yes.
Mr. Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mal Housas?
Yes, thank you. We go to item number 7, which is the installation of pickleball court. Vice Mayor Carr, you pulled it.
Yeah, just quick question. I didn't remember this until tonight when we were going over this. In the charter committee, and Commissioner Vaticius may be able to shed some light on this. I think there's some discussion about if any green land or green space amongst our parks are going to be removed. It needs to go to 3 public meetings. I don't recall what the final verdict was on that one or where it landed. I just wanted to bring it up and make a point that the pickleball court is going to cover up a significant part of the Greenland on Safford, which I'm in full support of the pickleball court, but I can't remember what the final verdict was. So if someone could help me out with that and let me know.
Well, you're right about that. And I think Mr. Trask is going to have to read the appropriate section of the charter.
I don't have the current charter with me unless you have it down there. Michelle, we can pull it out. Yeah, answer is yes.
It basically requires 3 supermajority votes. And I think it has to be done either by ordinance or by resolution or some detail like that. It's a little more complicated than just a single vote.
So I guess I don't have to have the exact answer tonight, and I'm happy to support this. But would we need to have that before, I guess, to the city attorney or to the city manager? Would we need to have that done before we award a bid, I would imagine?
My recommendation, Vice Mayor, would be to pull this item till we actually find out for sure what it is.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Well, we may have some, first of all, these courts and this decision was made a long time ago. If you remember, we were holding back because we tried for 2 grant efforts and stuff. I'm not sure. I don't know of anything in the charter. I'd rather do it here. We've got a bid and we got it set. I'd rather see if we could look here because, you know, I don't know anything about this prohibiting putting a court where we had decided to do it.
Like I said, I'm happy to move forward with it. It's more of a formality that I wasn't in support of initially, but I think we moved forward on the charter. So I just want to make sure that we're following the practices that are put in place right now.
Okay, under section 8, Board of Commissioners, composition, duties, responsibilities, and power is subsection J. The Board of Commissioners by ordinance may change the use, including the elimination of green space of any city park or portion thereof, only after affirmative vote of 4 members of the Board of Commissioners after 3 public meetings. The Board of Commissioners may allow on such property special events as defined and provided by ordinance.
So, City Attorney, would you recommend on that?
Tom, do you want this? Do you want me to bring it down to you?
No, you don't need to do that. So the answer to the question is that you need to approve it today 4-1 if you're going to approve it. And then you're going to have 2 more hearings or 2 more agenda items. So the next 2 meetings to make it comply with that particular charter provision. So you need 3-4-1 votes.
Okay.
I also have some comments on that item as well, Mayor.
Sure.
For me,
Yeah.
I did a little research and it looks like this item was approved in the 2020 budget. And it was for 2 pickleball courts and the budgeted amount was $75,000 at that time. This is for 1 pickleball court for 6. It says,
I know it reads in the singular, but it's 2 courts.
in this memorandum, it says 2.
It looks in the singular, because I just asked that question because I saw it in the singular, but it is, Tom Function, I think, is online, because I'd asked him the same thing. It reads singular, but.
Oh, all right. Well, no, that's important.
Okay, Tom, are you online? And to confirm that although, as I pointed out to you, it reads singular, that it is 2 pickleball courts?
Yeah, Tom Function, Public Works Director. Yes, sir, it is 2 courts.
Okay, well, that's an important point. Second, I looked at the comp plan. I don't even see pickleball courts listed in terms of even a need or, or anything. And we do have deficiencies in other areas. I know the comp plan is outdated a little bit, but what I want to ask you, Mr. City Manager, because I wasn't on the board in August of 2019, did this come from the recreational staff or did it come from the rec board?
Tom, correct me. This all started because of the pickleball growing in popularity. And the wishes of the pickleball people was us to do dual use on the tennis courts so they could play pickleball and tennis. As you know, we have a deficiency. I think we've talked before about the deficiency of tennis courts that we have.
Right.
So we did not want, obviously in 19, to deal with this large group, and recreation has one indoor and stuff. This is this is a lot of people that are wanting these services. But so when we approved it, the only reason we didn't go right away was there was a grant available that we went for to pay for this. We lost it, but we were told to submit again, so it was coming out again, and we have a good chance. We put in the second time and we didn't get that grant. So after 2 attempts, you know, it's approved, budgeted, ready to go. So that's why we went with it. But it was the demand of the citizens and us not wanting to do a dual court and take away from a use of tennis, which is we are deficient of in the comprehensive plan. So this was a start. That's how the whole thing was initiated. I believe it went to the rec board. Tom, remind me, it went to the Recreation Advisory Board. I believe some of the pickleball players had been pinging on them also. Can you confirm the rec board? And
Yes,
we're probably back in 19.
Yeah, it come through the rec board. It also come through, of course, recreation, and of course, just the amount of phone calls we get every week asking us to line the tennis court. So it's been a pretty heavy on all 3 sides of it request. So.
Okay, I'll support it this evening for the 1 vote, but I would like that backup when it comes up for the next vote as far as the recreational board's recommendation. In the fact that the comp plan is outdated, and maybe from the fairness of, I do know pickleball is becoming more popular, and I also understand we've got some deficiencies in some other critical areas too, and maybe that needs to be updated as well in the comp plan. But I also want to go look exactly how large of an area we're taking out, which I don't have any of that information here either. Of course, I was on the board at that time. I'm not sure if the board had that information in front of them either, but I think that's going to be very important. So I'd like the minutes from something coming from one of our our board of residents suggesting or recommending this, and also kind of a configuration of how large these pickleball courts are going to be and how much green space we're taking out.
Yeah, we'd be glad to, because if you look over it, I mean, we'd be glad to take any of it out and show you. But if you notice the hills between, of course, we've got the nice round green area to start with, and we got a separation between there and the exercise equipment, which are those mounds or hills or whatever. When we constructed it, we had some ideas on it that didn't quite work. So the idea was that land where those hills are. So it's not green space from the big roundabout that's in the middle, or where we can expand the equipment if we want to expand the exercise equipment to raise that land in the middle. But we'd be glad to have that drawing and take everybody out and show you.
We're talking across from the splash park.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not in the splash park. And you got the big round circle that's green space.
If I could see that, that'd be fine.
Okay. And that's why we picked, because that's really, I guess you could call it green space, but it's not really green. If you go look at it, you'll see it's the least area that would be classified as green space because it's got hills there. So that's why we picked that area. We looked all over for places for these things.
Right.
So,
but in the abundance of caution, I think it's good that Vice Mayor Carr brought that up, and we can all get that clarified with the help of the city attorney as far as whether it's applicable or not at the next time this comes before us. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item, number 7?
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Trust me, I try to refrain from speaking on all these topics. I know you guys want to get home, but the shuffleboards at Craig Park, no one uses them. No one's using them. I know you guys want to keep it for, historical perspective or whatever, but it's time to consider some green space inside that Craig Park that you can use to build those 2 pickleball courts. You're sending pickleball players to go play where the splash park's going to be, where people want to dump their kayaks off. You already got an area that's right by Craig Park where it's got all that extra stuff, but it's not green space that you need to take away. It's shuffleboards that barely got lines on them. Nobody's playing them anymore. So $61,000, you can find different ways to chip at and save your money over the year, and it will turn into hundreds of thousands. So I just saw pickleball. It's actually little miniature tennis in a way. So the shuffleboard area at Craig Park should be a very considerable thought to be placing those courts. It's right next to the other tennis courts, and that way you can save your green space for green space.
Any other public comments on this item? Hear none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails on this item, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody wishing to speak on item number 7?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. Here we go with a little pet project of one of the commissioners, maybe wanting to get a little plaque up there for his little pet project. $62,000, and you're taking away green space. I don't care how Mark LaCourse wants to define it as hills or it's not valuable, but we have a need for green space. Secondly, where has been all this clamor for a pickleball court? I hear you saying, Mr. Funchin said, a lot of calls. Mark saying, oh, people have been clamoring for it. You know, I come to all these meetings, or if I don't, I watch them. I haven't seen one person come up during public comments to say, hey, we need a pickleball court. This is a waste of resources and a ridiculous tearing up of open space. Mr. Panayoti Koulias just gave you a very good alternative. If you want to continue to do this, put it at Craig Park, where you have some areas that aren't being utilized. But to go and put in a pickleball court out at the green space by the exercise machines, where people, if they exercise, they may want to just stretch out or relax out in the green area, away from the north side where the dog park and the splash park is. You know, you get these little pet projects and you try to drive them through, and it's costing us money for something that's not being demanded or asked for. So if this is something that is being demanded by the public, as far as Mr. Vatikiotis' request for information about the size and the placement of that, I'd like to see in the backup all the emails or all the requests from the various citizens that have asked for it, because I bet you it's less than a handful. Thank you.
Jump, do we have anybody else online?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Need a motion for item number 7?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any commission comments, questions, subject?
Go ahead, Tom.
I'll just say that I don't have a problem supporting it tonight, but I'd also like to see a footprint of the, you know, the proposed area on the green space, just to see a graph of how big it is.
Well, as the city attorney advises, that's going to take three meetings, so we should have plenty of time to give more information.
Just,
I have a comment. Commissioner Terrapini, I didn't quite hear you, but basically you wanted to actually look at the footprint as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also want to look at the option of locating it where the shuffleball courts are. And quite frankly, there may be a contractual issue, but I want to be smart about this. The last thing I want to see is a pickleball court that just sits there without any use at all. I'm not questioning a pickleball court, but we do have those shuffleboard courts down at Craig Park. And I'm not sure whether there would be an issue with the Historic Preservation Board, whether there would be an issue with the Recreation Board. But I wouldn't mind getting an opinion from the Recreational Board, whether they feel it would be better located there or else where you had selected it by the cross street from the splash park near the trail at that part. I'm not sure how the rest of the commission feels, but it's just something, there's some sensitivity with regard to green space. And I think Mr. Koulias brought up an excellent point that we would not be removing green space at the Craig Park. But on the other hand, there may be a need for the shuffleboard courts as well. And the only people that are going to be able to advise us of that is right now is going to be the recreational board, advisory board.
Any other comments?
I just want to say something, Mayor.
Sure.
So I know the truth doesn't matter in a lot of cases, but I just want to say this is not a pet project of any commissioner. When it came up and started 2 years ago, you know, it's not a pet project of a commissioner. It's not a pet project of the city manager. I don't play pickleball or no pickleball. I didn't know much about it. The phenomenon of pickleball is something that's come in the last 5 years. When it came from requests from the residents. Again, we'd have had these things built and they would have been done before that time, but we wanted to try. We thought we had good chances at grants, or those pickleball courts would have been built before the vote, but we took 2 opportunities to try to get grants. And so I understand the time lapse has got this thing, but you know, with all the negative, you know, every item somebody wants to bring up negative stuff and not necessarily go with the truth and negative. On this case, you know, is not an issue if we squash this thing. I mean, this was something brought forth. We'll recreate it all again, bring it to you. If you turn it down, it's nothing off myself, Tom Function, or any staff member. So we'd be glad to get to revisit this. And if you don't want to do it, as far as Craig Park, I would never propose that because it's about green space. And I thought if we ever converted those shuffleboard courts, it'd be to go to more green space. But if the 2 courts will fit in there, that's certainly an option for the board. We may have to rebid or do something, but certainly where the tennis courts and stuff are over there, you know, we could look at this again and look at that as a site. So we'll also look in the time that we have to see if the configuration can go there and stuff, and have that information when we bring back to you. But that's the true history of that. And we'll bring back more when we bring this item back again.
Vice Mayor Carter had a comment.
Yeah, I just had a comment. When this came up a couple years ago from a budgeting perspective, I had no idea what pickleball actually was. But we had some good discussions as a board, and I've had many people reach out to me about the need for pickleball courts as well. So it's out there from the resident standpoint. I haven't played it before, but I'm looking forward to play it. But I'm in support of this. Wherever we can put it, I'm happy to do it and get it going.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I think the thing that, I'm not suggesting anything as far as pet projects or anything like that. All I'm saying is what's changed since 2019 and today is the charter. And with that provision and that additional sensitivity to green space. And I was on the Charter Revision Commission, and there was, I mean, for the commission to recommend 3 supermajority votes to get something approved, that's important. And so I would like to see if the commission would support that. Obviously, I can't direct you by myself, but if the commission would support actually looking at locating those, if they will fit as you described, that would be helpful to me. And also, I would like to get some kind of a concurrence from the rec board of whether that would be a better location than where it would be as far as utilization goes. I just feel that Craig Park, you've got the tennis courts there already, and the pickleball courts are a very similar type of sport. As you said, they double, you know, you can play pickleball on the tennis courts. I just think it's a little better atmosphere down there. And that's what I wanted to see. I would appreciate hearing from the commission on that as well. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I just wonder if Vice Mayor Carr wants to modify. Was it you that made the motion, right?
Yeah. So what would the modification be? Looking at Craig Park as an alternative as well, and working with the rec board?
Yes.
Got no problem with that.
And the second?
Because Townsend or
Commissioner Donovan.
You accepted the
I
amendment?
accepted it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll modify the second, but just as my opinion about it, I think we got to be careful with whatever you do at Craig Park. I don't want it to become Craig Sports Complex. I think, you know, I'd be more inclined if we do remove the shuffleboards to just make it green space, plant some trees there or something like that. So, I mean, I'm happy to look into whatever, but that's my
Well,
stance on it right now.
At this stage, I guess we're gonna gather more information before, since we have three meetings to be concerned.
Well,
with.
then, I mean, the rec board may come back and say it's fine where it is.
Yeah.
And that's fine with me too. I just want somebody to look at it. It's not in the comp plan. I understand the need for it. I'm not questioning people's interest in it. I also think Craig Park is the holy grail, but we did take down the shade structures on the shuffleboard courts without much consideration, and those came down, and we're not doing anything with the shuffleboard courts right now. So anyway, thank you for that consideration.
With that, roll call, please.
Commissioner Valiciotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Okay, we're going to the item number 12, which is the award file number 210140. Purchase of electronic plan review system through the Florida State contract number 4323000. And Mr. Licouris, your staff report.
Yeah, we'll start this out. First of all, to introduce this, I think way back from you in early times, Mayor, through the rest of this board, have really wanted us to pay attention to getting the permit process through faster. Obviously, you know the great strides we've made since we hired Kevin Powell and the great strides he's made in that area. With a combination of him, and we've got Suzanne here from the IT aspect, and Ron's, I think, still somewhere in the building or on there taught financial. Especially during COVID, we learned what the deficiency with electronic plan review and us not having it. We really learned the effects of it during COVID. So whereas this was something we were going to maybe look at for next year's budget, to move those permits along, to get things moving with all the other improvements that Kevin's made. That's the stopgap. He's made all those improvements, but we got this gap. And with the combined efforts of staff working on this thing, we want to bring you tonight what we think will be a solution to move these plans forward. And we'll start off with Kevin to introduce. And then again, if you have IT questions or finance questions, Ron Herring is here, Suzanne Linton is here. And the three of them put in a lot of time so we could get and hopefully get this moving and on board and up and operating fast as possible. So we can see those times greatly increase. So you want to start off, Kevin?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Powell, Building Development Department Director. This is something I've been kind of pushing for the 3 years I've been with the city. We've been running a pretty antiquated system when it comes to plan review. Contractors are bringing us stacks of papers. Then we're trying to push this paper all around the city for plan review. We've had in the past, they required a contractor to submit 5 sets of plans. And out of that 5 sets, only one set would be used on the job. The rest would go ahead and go into the recycle bin. Very wasteful, very costly for the contractor also. So we keep looking at ways to expedite plan review. And the one that comes up is really the electronic plan review. So you have a system that we can submit electronically, and we're able to go ahead and move this around electronically. So once it comes in, we can move it to all departments. We can go ahead and put time trackers on it as to who has it, what's going on with the plan, can be worked on simultaneously. Whenever a comment is made or it moves to the next department, or when it's done, it will notify the contractor that it is done. So they're not waiting and wondering, in what step are my plans at now? So what we're looking at by moving to electronic plan review, we're looking at, on a conservative side, a 50% faster plan review time. So we also have remote collaboration. We're able to go ahead and communicate with the contractor during the plan review process. So we can go ahead and reach them and get the comments taken care of faster. They're able to go in the system and do an overlay and resubmit a page, and we can go ahead and move on with the plan review instead of stopping the process, moving it out to the lobby, waiting for the contractor to pick it up. They go ahead and take it. Then they bring it back. So there's a lot of travel time back and forth with that. And like I said, it has increased accountability as to where the plans are at what time. So, you know, it goes out to 5 departments, and as soon as it hits those departments, they open it, notifies the contractor that this department has your plans and they're working on it. As soon as they're done, it tells them that they're done, and it'll also notify them if there's any comments that go along with that. The other nice thing about it is it's a web-based program, and from what the ePlansoft is telling us, we're looking at 9 hours of training for our staff to go ahead and know how this operates, which is very, very good. You hear other ones, it's, you know, weeks and weeks of training to get into the use of the program. This will also have a reduction, as I talked about, contractors running back and forth in paper storage. Currently, behind this building here, the old PD, we have a storage room full of plans and permits. By statute, I have to maintain commercial buildings for life of the structure. Also, residential, we have to maintain for 10 years. If anything happens to those plans in the back, water damage, rodent damage, fire, something like that, now we lose all of that historical data. Everything is now saved to the cloud, which I believe transfers over to our server. That's something that Suzanne can definitely answer on that. What we'll also be able to do is start transferring all of that paper into the electronic system so we can eventually clear out that room. And just running some rough numbers today, we're looking at over a year time getting approximately, you know, 100,000+ pages of paper plan review. So that correlates into about 119 trees. Also talk about how many miles are driven. We look at the average trip is within 20 miles of here. So we're looking at saving approximately 360,000 miles for contractors coming and going to pick up plans and dropping it off. So, you know, they save on their fuel. We save on carbon monoxide and hydrocarbons going into the atmosphere. So this is also a green thing too. This is something that we can look at on the green side and, you know, reducing the amount of paper that we're using. Other than that, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Powell, from the day that you came to Tarpon Springs, we've been discussing about the need to have a computer system to be able to have electronic plan review. Finally, the time is here to increase the efficiency, to decrease the time that it takes to issue building permits, and I'm all for that. And also to be paperless, as you have mentioned. I just have a few questions that I'd like to ask. One would be if our hardware are compatible to carry that particular system. I don't know, maybe Suzanne can answer that.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Suzanne Linton, IT Director. We actually decided not to do an integration at this time. We decided to buy the standalone system and get up and running on the standalone system, get all of the plans inside of the system, and then do the integration with the permits. The cost involved in the integration was a little high, and also I got in touch with Lake Mary, and they are in the process of doing the integration with the same software vendor. So I figured we would wait until Lake Mary's integration was done and they worked out all their kinks and did all of the background work instead of us doing it. And then once they're done and got all the bugs worked out, then we can go talk to them. And they already have a whole network of plans already done. So that's where we are with the integration. But yes, we can integrate it, But I decided that it was in the best interest to wait until Lake Mary did their integration so we could copy their plan.
Okay. Mr. Pyle, you mentioned about it's going to be 5% increase after the third year. So I guess the third year is going to cost $75,695, correct?
Yeah, I believe that is the correct figure that Jay had that broken out for the 3-year period.
Okay. I don't know if it's premature. Did you have a chance to calculate and see what kind of a savings you're going to create in regards to time, manpower, and productivity?
Well, we're looking at reducing our time here by 50%, just on staff time, on plan review time alone. And then, of course, the storage and archiving and uploading, everything is now going to come in electronically. So everything is going to be done at a workstation, or we can work remotely. You know, this became really evident that a couple of weeks ago, I lost 2/3 of my staff were out for 2 weeks.
Sure.
And then once again, we were scrambling around. How do we move paper? You know, we're driving to everybody's house, dropping off plans and you know, trying to keep going the best we could. So just on a conservative side, 50% reduction in our time here, but I haven't done the actual calculations. I know ePlansoft is online and they may have that information from other jurisdictions that they deal with.
Okay. Is recommended the funding to come from COVID-19 CARES. Mr. Ron Herod, I know we haven't received the criteria yet. Do you think that qualifies for that? To be used part of the $10 million that we have coming?
We weren't going to, the COVID CARES, the city experienced approximately, $600,000 in expenses related to COVID this last year. We submitted for reimbursement and we have received $524,000 from the county for a term COVID care. So we have the money. We have $524,000 reimbursement for COVID expenses.
Okay, so we can use that.
Yes.
Thank you. Suzette, can I ask you one more question?
Yes, sir.
In regards to, is the vendor be able to provide us IT support if we need anything on the system?
Yes, they are a full service application in the cloud. The only requirement that I had of them is that we owned the data. I have to keep a copy of that data and I have to have it pushed. As soon as it's pushed up to them in the cloud, it has to be pushed back down to our servers so that I can back them up nightly and take that backup off site.
That would have been my next question in regards to the data.
Yeah, so that was, the most important thing. And we're going to have to do a little programming for that, which is no problem. So, I've been planning this for about 3 years, ever since Kevin came. And so we're at a place right now that with COVID, it just came to a head where this is just a good solution.
I know it's Kevin's dream, so.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Carr, any questions?
Yeah, real quick, are we calling this Kevin's dream then, or is this going to be like the electronic plan review system? So, 2 questions. First, I'm full support of this. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's going to help the city move forward. It's going to make a lot of people happier that deal with the planning department. I think, Kevin, you've done a great job since you've been here. I think this is going to just help refine it further. The one question I have is what happens if we want to either terminate the agreement or go to a different contractor? Since we own the data, is that something we could transfer easy to another contractor, or how would that work?
Yes, sir. It would be very easy. We have all of the files either in TIFF or PDF format. And all we would have to do is do a upload. But also all of these plans, we have a public access viewer right now that's on the city website. So all of the plans that actually come in through there will go down into our public access viewer also.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Thorpe, any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just want to congratulate Kevin and the whole department on this. I know this is something that he's been working on for a long time. And we've been hearing more and more from residents during COVID. And I would just ask that tomorrow, assuming this is adopted, which I'm sure it will be, that we do whatever we can to make this known on the city's website, on Facebook, and any other outreach systems that we have in place to let all the residents know, specifically contractors that we do business with on a regular basis. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we're moving in the right direction. We finally have systems that are getting in place for to service these plans electronically, and kudos to the department. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan, any questions?
No questions, Mayor. Just happy this process is going to be quicker and easier for staff and for residents. The first time I ever met Mr. Powell, he told me about this idea that he was working towards, so happy to see it come to fruition.
Commissioner Vaticius, question?
A couple of quick points. When would you go hot with this thing? In other words, not purchasing it, but actually be ready to go online with it?
They're saying that the implementation time is 5 to 8 weeks. There's going to be some training in there. I do have Harrison is available to answer that question if you would like an answer.
So about 2 months or so, or
Mr. Jump, is Harrison on?
Yes, sir.
Harrison, you there?
Hey, Kevin, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So 5 to 8 weeks. Yep. That's a pretty accurate time frame. We should be able to meet that pretty easily on the implementation side.
Okay. Yeah, 2 months, I think
2
is what
months.
we're talking about. Okay, and then I know the cost savings, the time and everything, but I know this is a renewal, annual renewal that we'll be going through. And I know you have a military background and you're familiar with measures of effectiveness and performance measures. And I would hope that you're going to maintain some statistics to show what's changed from what we have right now to where we are. So I would be expecting to see that, not obviously anytime soon, but maybe next year when we come up for a renewal to see how that's going.
Yes, I am a fan of statistics, and I check my inspection statistics every month to see where we're at and what we're doing. So yes, that would be one thing, is to, what is our time and plan review? Where now when I look at the statistics for that, it's an in and out process. So it comes in on one day and it might go out for a revision, but it's not giving me the overall length. So I'm hoping that with this, it's going to give me from start to finish to submission to submittal as to what the time frame is. And I think that this is going to be an option that we're able to do that with.
All right. And then I know we keep talking about COVID care and American recovery and all that other stuff, but I think that we need to kind of wean ourselves from this hopeful revenue windfall that we're going to get. And I know, Mr. Powell, you've been talking about fee restructuring for
Yes, sir.
a while. I know you're trying to get to it. We've talked about that ourselves. And so I would see a lot would go towards that, of helping with this cost as well.
Yes,
So
yeah, I've got that to bring to the board June 1st.
June, okay.
So I am factoring that in there, looking at different ways to implement that technology
Understood.
within our fee structure.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're going to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Everybody's done. So Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails on this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do have a raised hand for this item.
Panagiotis Plias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I just want to say what a great job to Mr. Powell and city staff on getting this done. This step in the permitting process and being able to have everything sent in electronically is way better than this outdated, archaic way of paper forms. This is one of the biggest steps in pushing our city forward for everyone, contractors, vendors, everybody should be happy about this. And the future is bright. And we're very proud as citizens that we're getting stuff done. I've heard you guys have been working on it for a long time. You should be really proud about this moment because this changes our city and pushes us into the future. Thank you.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else online with?
I'll allow the next person in.
Good evening. Good evening. It's Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I also want to commend you. This is an amazing process that has really been needing from the time I've moved down here. The permit department has been a complete unadulterated fiasco. And I'm glad to see that it's coming into the 21st century. So I do want to thank you. This is a really great, great thing, and it's really well needed. It's probably the one thing that I hear from residents speaking about, that contractors don't even want to work here because of the process that goes on. But thank you. I really appreciate hearing this.
Mr. Jump, anybody else?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any commission comments?
No.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Batagiotis?
Yes.
Mr. Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Kevin, you
Thank
got your
you.
dream. Okay, next is item number 13. Ratification of appointment of Procurement Service Director, Mr. Licouris.
Yes, in my memo, I'm requesting that the Board of Commissioners, per the city charter, to ratify my appointment of Janina Lewis to the position of Procurement Service Director. I think you see from the backup, some of you were on the board, I believe. And remember when Mr. Jackus came to you in 2018 to upgrade a position, and it was upgrading a position because he knew he was within the 3 to 5 year time frame to retire, and he wanted to groom a successor. He brought in Janina Lewis with that position that the board approved, and it's one of those cases where everything worked as planned. She's progressed and shown that she is a person capable of taking over for Mr. Jackus as he retires in May. And in addition, to her qualifications, you see her 17 years experience in the military. She is a Tarpon Springs resident and a disabled veteran, and she's proven in the 3 years that she can seamlessly move into Mr. Jackus's place and continue the job of procurement within the city. And I highly recommend and need your ratification to put her in that position.
Mr. Licouris, thank you. I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jack, and he tells me that Ms. Lewis is an outstanding employee with leadership ability to direct the department, to continue the operation, and also to move the department to the next level. And I also had the opportunity to meet Mrs. Lewis. I think she's an outstanding person, and you got my support on that. I think it's a good choice. Vice Mayor Carr?
Couple comments. She's got a very, really strong resume. Looking forward to working with her. I support this.
Commissioner Terrapini?
I don't have anything further to add, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
No, happy to see Miss Lewis. Happy to see her work within the city. Excited about this hire. I didn't even know there was a master's degree for procurement and acquisition. So I learned something new on her resume. But in all seriousness, I want to thank Mr. Jackus for his contribution to the city, and I'm excited moving forward with Miss Lewis.
Commissioner Vaticius and comments?
No, other than I'm looking forward to seeing Mrs. Lewis take Mr. Jackus's place and have her here at the meetings with us sometime. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to congratulate her as well.
Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails on this item, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time, sir. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Okay, am I online now?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay. Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jackus for his years of service. He has been one of the most dedicated and hardworking employees we've ever had in the city. He's done wonders to bring on that STAR system, which made it easier to put RFPs out and requests for proposals and various things. And he has done a tremendous job to modernize our procurement services aspect. So I would like to thank Mr. Jackus for his time of service to the city and wish him well in his retirement. And being that he has recommended Ms. Lewis for the new position, I would like to welcome her and say good luck and God bless. Thank you.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody else online wishing to speak?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any commission comments, discussion? No, here none. And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Item number 14 is to approve employment contract for the internal auditor. Mr. Trax, you want to present this item for the contract?
I was not planning on
We're not
presenting it.
part of it?
No, I was not involved in the negotiation of this agreement at all.
Okay.
Mayor, I've got Jane Niffen. She was a little under the weather, but she should be on
Okay,
Zoom.
I didn't see her. That's why I was asking.
Well, she's a little under the weather. I told her she could do it by Zoom.
Okay.
So I think she's on here. She was the one who handled with our labor attorney, not Mr. with our labor attorney, and worked on this contract. So I see her in the small print on there. So she's be coming shortly.
I'm here. This contract is pretty standard. We've used it in the past for various positions with modifications. It has been reviewed with some suggestions and revisions by our city labor attorney. Basically, Mr. Poulos has, I've covered those changes with him and he's in agreement. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Niffen, for working to come up with a contract. I'm okay with it. I don't have any issues with that. Vice Mayor Carr, you have any questions that you'd like to ask Ms. Niffen?
Yeah, just one question. Has he, Mr. Poulos, has he informed you on the start date or when he would be ready to start?
He's ready to start anytime. Right now, he completed his physical examination last week. With the drug screen, we have half of the results back and are probably expecting, if probably this week, the final clearance. So I guess what remains to be seen is where he's going to be located because he's ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready to start him. That's why we wanted to get this to you tonight, because we'll be ready to start him probably within a week. And he's more than likely going upstairs into the office about the only office we got is the office upstairs next to the big conference room.
So on page 2, term letter B, employees' employment with the Board of Commissions shall begin on blank day of blank 2021 or blank business days after city receives confirmation of screening, basically. So do we need to put a number in here then?
Yes, not tonight, but when he receives clearance, we'll actually fill in the date when we arrange for him to start, and that will be the effective date of the contract. We wanted to make sure that he was able to successfully pass both the physical and the drug screen before we signed on the dotted line. So everything is in order so far. He has done what he needs to do. We're just waiting on the last bit of his physical. results.
And usually it's the Thursday after usually the date is on a Thursday after all of the requirements are in. We usually start him the next Thursday to begin the payroll period.
Okay. Sounds
We
good.
just don't know, we have to have the results in first.
Understood. Thank you.
Done.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan? Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, I'm good with the employment agreement. My question is just if we have any structure moving forward, let's say he starts on Monday or something like that, is he going to be meeting with, each individual commissioner and all the department heads? Are we going to discuss that, I guess, at another meeting, or is that something that's been addressed? It's a question for the board. I mean, I guess I'll just wait till he starts and I'll set up a meeting myself with him. That's okay.
There's some steps that has to go through first.
Okay.
Commissioner Vaticius?
Yeah, I'd like to give Mr. Poulos some time to walk around, meet the staff and some people, and then we can sit down with him. And I'm sure with him being a charter official, he could send a memorandum to us, letting us know that he's ready and he'd like to set up appointments, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to do anything with the contract as far as dates, from what I understand.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
We're going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? I hear none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails on this item.
Mr.
Mayor.
Job, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time.
Am I good to go?
Yes, sir.
Peter Lackus, 514 Ashland Avenue. So you just approved a contract for Ms. Lewis, who's been working here for $81,000, yet you're bringing in somebody brand new at 95. And you're giving them 3 weeks vacation. Come on, that's a slap to the face of all these employees you have, that you're bringing in somebody at this salary level and that amount of vacation time. Start them off just like other people do, a week, maybe 2 weeks, and after a while you bump them up a couple of days, or you have a progression. But to give them 3 weeks of vacation right off the bat at $95,000 and a $50,000 life insurance policy, do you offer that to employees, other employees? No. So you're giving this new guy coming in fresh all these other little trinkets and benefits that you don't offer to your current employees. That's a slap in the face to them. So I would say you need to look at yourselves as how you're treating your current employees based on how you hire your new ones. Thank you.
Mr. Job, do you have anybody else online wishing to speak?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Chair will retain the motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any commission comments, discussion?
I was just going to say, the 3 weeks vacation, I would suspect that was a point of negotiation. Is there somebody that can answer that, or?
Maybe Ms. Niffen can
Ms.
answer that.
Ms. Niffen, you're still on. Was that
Yes, I am. Yes,
negotiation?
it was a point of negotiation. For a charter position, it's not unusual for them to start a little higher. I do need to point out that the insurance that we talked about is pretty standard. The employees who qualify for benefits are automatically given, and I believe you approved this about a year and a half ago in August, 50,000 flat rate group life and 100,000 AD&D. So anyone who gets benefits through the city has that same life insurance policy.
Right. And one last question. I know the answer to this, but for the benefit of everybody, Mr. Poulos' retirement, I didn't see that in there, so he's not participating in that.
Yes, he will participate as a general employee in the city's 401A, and also he's entitled to participate in the deferred comp, the 457B.
But there isn't any special, other than that, there isn't any special IRA or any additional compensation.
No, That benefit is pretty standard.
Standard general employee, negotiated weeks vacation. Got it. Thank you.
Correct.
Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Item number 15 is the resolution 2021-28, ratifying executive order. City Attorney, please read the resolution.
Mayor Commissioners, Resolution 2021-28, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2021-16 and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to April 27, 2021, and ratifying Executive Orders 2021-17, and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to May 4, 2021, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-28 by title only.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails on this item, Mayor.
Mr. Job, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Chair, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any commission comments? Here none. A roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. The item number 16 is the ordinance 2020 02 manufactured home flood ordinance. This is a second reading. City Attorney, if you please read the ordinance.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, Ordinance 2021-02, an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending Chapter 6 Buildings of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs by amending Article 6 Floodplain Management to provide criteria for accessory structures in flood hazard areas, to specify elevation of manufactured homes in flood hazard areas, providing for applicability and severability, and providing for an effective date. That's the second and final reading of ordinance 2021-02 by title only. It was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title on April 14th, 2021.
Mr. Paul, do you have any new information? This is the second reading.
This is second reading and I do not have any new information. I know we were rushed last meeting. So if you have any questions on it that I can answer, I'll entertain those questions.
Okay, thanks. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails on this item,
Mr.
Mayor.
Jump, do you have anybody online wishing to speak?
Anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Need a motion?
So moved. Second.
Are there any commission comments? Here none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 17 is the resolution 2021-19, public service hour plan, staffing reorganization. City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Mayor Commissioners, Resolution 2021-19, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, authorizing changes in the organization of utilities functions within the Public Services Department, specifically including adding licensed water operator positions and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-19 by title only.
Thank you. Looks like Mr. Smith is ready to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. This item is a reorganization to provide 2 licensed operators positions for the firm 24-hour staffing at the water facility. It's essential for resilient operation of the facility into the future. And it'll provide an opportunity for reduced overtime, operation at lower energy rates during off-peak hours, and reliable staffing during emergency events. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And that will give us the ability to have 24-hour coverage, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Do we have any emails, Ms. Manousis?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
We need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any commission comments? No comments. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor Lucas?
Yes. Next is item number 18, Resolution 2021-26, participation in Florida plan for opiate settlement proceeds. City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
This is Resolution 2021-26, a resolution authorizing the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, hereinafter referred to as governmental unit, to join with the state of Florida and other local governmental units as a participant in the Florida Memorandum of Understanding and formal agreements implementing a unified plan and to provide an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-26 by title only.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Are there any commission comments? Here none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor Lucas?
Yes, we're now going to item number 19, which is the usage fees for sports leagues. Commissioner Donovan, you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible, given the hour. I just prepared a couple of comments. Our field usage fees were originally designed to supplement the cost of keeping the lights on at the sports complexes. Our field usage fees are hourly fees that we charge our youth nonprofits when they reserve our fields to play on. The organizations that are currently being charged are all entirely led by volunteers, and the money they use comes from play registrations and sponsorships. So if you look at the backup, the average annual revenue we receive from these fees is less than $15,000. And that's not including 2020 or 2021, where the fees actually resulted in significantly less revenue, just given that they weren't allowed to play. So I think we should eliminate field usage fees. The city gains almost nothing from charging the fee, and our youth programs could better spend the money on the players.
Commissioner Donovan, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think we should help our youth sports leagues any way we can. This weekend I had the opportunity to participate in the tournament, soccer tournament over in our sports complex. There were 310 teams playing on the weekend. And 310 teams, you have to have at least 15 to 16 people per team. So you can imagine how many people that actually came to Tarpon Springs. And I will say at least 1,000, maybe 1,500. And the point that I want to make is the sports leagues not only is good for the youth, but also it brings revenue to the city. And I'm all for it, and I want to thank you for bringing it forward. Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any questions for Commissioner Donovan?
No, I've got a couple comments. I think it's a great idea. For the most part, it's all Tarpon residents that are using this. This is part of expanding our recreation, right? We provide the service and we're charging the residents for the fields. So, they're paying taxes overall. I think it's a good idea to just roll it into our current budget, that we're not charging the leagues and they can use uniforms with it or upgrade different parts of the field or whatever they need to do with it. So I'm supportive of removing these fees. I think it's a great idea. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Terrapini, any comments?
Likewise, no, I think it's a good idea. I appreciate Commissioner Donovan bringing it forward. I'm not sneezing at 20 grand, but I think it's an easy and effective way for us to contribute to the sports leagues and their program and try and create a little bit more incentives, not the right word, but try and show a little bit more support for our sports leagues and our programs, and just continue to strive to make Tarpon the best place that it can be. And it certainly helps and starts with the youth. So I'm down to support it, and I'll look forward to doing that in the budget season. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticius, any comments?
Thanks, Mayor. I think we had mentioned that we're going to bring this back. The last time we talked about it, I think it was in the fall, and that was for Sisler Field. I'm glad that we're expanding it to the soccer and the youth football league as well. I've never understood why we're charging for lights. And in my day, we didn't. That was just thrown in because of property taxes and things like that. And so I'm glad. I think we're going to eliminate them. Is that what the recommendation is? Eliminate them? That's fine with me. So thank you.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Ms. Manus, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, do we have any attendees wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have raised hands at this time, sir. I'll allow the first one in.
Good evening again, Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I want to thank Commissioner Donovan. That was a great insight. I think it's a petty thing to go after a couple of dollars. The city needs much more things like this, where we're encouraging youth to go forward with healthy, good items to get them out of the house. And leaving lights on is a great thing, and not having to charge them for it. So I do want to thank, Commissioner Donovan and everybody else who's probably going to vote for this. So thank you very much for this.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else online wishing to speak?
I'll allow the next person in. If you could unmute yourself and then state your name and address for the record.
Am I good to go?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Peter Lackus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Yes, this is a noble method of supporting our youth groups, but with that comes responsibility. And if you check with Paul Smith, over the years, a number of times I would send him a picture of the lights on at Rotary Field or Sisler Field well past midnight, 12:30, 1 o'clock. So if we're going to give them free lighting, then we need to make sure that the teams and whoever is responsible turns off the lights when they're done. Because I've passed by Rotary Park and 9:30, they're playing, and then you see the lights on at midnight and there's no one there. And in the meantime, that electricity is burning and burning and burning, and that's burning a hole in our electric bill. And another thing that would be wise to do is if the city would work with whoever owns the Stauffer Chemical site to put in solar panels and to lease that property, or to maybe purchase it to put in a solar panel field such that we generate our own electricity, and then we won't be having to pay electric bills for lighting. We can generate our own electricity. So a lot of this should be looked into in the strategic plan of a way to augment the money we're paying to Duke Energy for electricity. So it's all in the goodness of trying to support our kids and our youth and our sports teams. And also, I will remind you, as I had mentioned to Commissioner Donovan a while back, about the sports complex design for the old landfill. To hear the mayor say it's great to have tournaments, well, that's what the sports complex out by Dorset Park was devised for, to have fields where people can come and do tournaments. So if we're going to look at our sports and our youth, we need to look at it on a holistic basis and find ways to augment the fees that can be generated by having our own solar electricity generated. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll allow the next person in.
Huh?
I will allow the next person in.
Panayotis Kuyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I think it's a great idea not to charge the usage fees, but I would like if Commissioner Donovan can give us an update on the Little League Sponger football. How is that going? I'd also like to see an itemized list of assets prior to the $10,000 that were donated back in October of 2020, in which I'll read over the inventory that was bought. Do we have coaches in place for the Little League football team? Is there, let's get that on the record, because that's the biggest thing, is having people mentor and coach these kids. When I look back, I ordered from Mr. Herring. It seems there was 12 small, 13 medium, 13 large, and 12 extra large helmets at a unit price of $128, which is $6,400. The JV shoulder pads large were 20 each at $50 for 1,000, and there was 30 other JV shoulder pads at $50 for 1,500. So we spent just under $10,000, and there's got to be other inventory prior to that when the football programs fell apart. I would like to see equal distribution to all little leagues, but I will say our football needs to be nurtured and looked after. I'm hoping that the Riverside Lights can stay open just for regular residents too. Shouldn't be no later than 9:30. And if you could please just touch up and let us know what's going on with the Tarpon Little League football, that would be great. And how many teams do you plan to have when there's 50 units of helmets ordered just for October this year? Thanks.
Jeff, do you have anybody else?
We do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. We need a motion.
Motion to eliminate field usage fees.
Second.
Any other commission comments?
I'd imagine that would be immediately.
Huh?
That motion would be immediately.
Yeah, immediately.
And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, well, that concludes the regular session agenda. And we go to staff comments. Chief Young,
No comment, sir.
Trask,
None tonight. Thank you.
City Manager Licorice.
Yes, on the dais tonight, you have a list of available meeting dates. I do apologize. The last 3 dates in August, cross those off because they were submitted to me. I originally only had this list for the end of June and July, and I told Judy to add August just because of the lack of dates that we have in May and June. But I didn't give her the 3 days at the end. So those 3 days at the end, the 26th, 30th, and 31st, cross those out. We were able to find, as Kevin say, a date in line to move along with his building code amendments, building fee schedule, and depending on the time as we get closer, maybe the salary survey to talk about, or I may have to try if there's a vacant spot in one of the upcoming regular meetings to do that, because there are virtually no dates in May and June besides that one where we could have a full board to have one of the items that we have, one of the other items, the Hoffman property, the sea level, or any other ones. There's just no available dates where we can have all 5 commissioners at. I wanted to give you the schedules in June and July because we have to formulate the budget into that schedule. If you see I got Ron gave me, and those are just, the first 3 dates are just tentative, that we set the 3 dates for the board work session. I know the board had talked about maybe moving those up, having them sooner. So a thing for consideration in the dates on the left-hand side, and considering whether there are dates available for one of the work sessions or special sessions coming up. This board may decide they want to up the schedule of those 3 meetings. The last 2 are pretty set in stone because those are the public hearing dates that we have to do by state law, and timing wise, those those are going to be very difficult to adjust because they're the public hearings, and we had to already move the second date because our usual date was on the date of the county hearing. We cannot have a hearing on the same date as Pinellas County hearing. So the last two on the budget thing is pretty much set in stone. But when you start your looking at the budget, may incorporate. So we need to come back at one of the May meetings and really look at that and see what this board wants to do on plotting out both budget meetings and any other meetings if we're able to get them in with budget time coming up. So also to give you these tonight, I wanted you to look and see if you know of any of these dates that I have. If some of those may be out also, so I can update the list. If you see like a July 26th or something, you know it's a date of absence, let me know in the next couple of days and I'll update the list. But we probably need to discuss these and see what the wishes of the board probably in one of the upcoming meetings.
Okay. Ms. Manousis, any comments?
No comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr?
A couple comments. It was great to see all the employees out at the picnic, appreciation picnic out at Discovery Park last Friday, I think it was. It was a beautiful day out, lots of nice barbecue for everybody. Second, I did appreciate to Chief Young, you sending out the Chief Jeff Young, sending out the information about the Shepherd Center and your meeting with the homeless focus group as well. I think that's important. It was great to see that some progress has been made with that for the misconduct consequences that the Shepherd Center was able to put together and have some posters for posting. So it's great to see there is some movement being done on that. That our meeting that we had about the homeless issues hasn't gone on deaf ears. So thank you for moving that forward. And also a happy Easter to everybody.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comments, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, Mayor, my only comment, just to look at some of these dates real quick. The 2 Mondays in August, I will not be able to make it. I know they're just available dates, so I'm not missing anything, but just those 2 Mondays in August, I'm not gonna be able to have a meeting. And then August 1st to August 7th, I'll be gone, Mark. And just as a note for the budget schedule in general, I would rather have, the earlier start. So if we want to do those in July instead of early August, I'd be in support to start then.
So Commissioner, that was the 3rd and 4th of August.
And also for that tentative budget
And then
adoption
Monday the
schedule.
9th, Monday the 9th and Monday the 23rd.
Yes. And then on the budget adoption schedule, the tentative one is for August 5th. This for the second budget work session.
Okay, that one. Okay, I got it.
I'll be gone August 1st to August 7th. But in general, I'd like to have those budget meetings earlier if we can. I think we'll just get out ahead of the budget. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticius, any comments?
No, I was just going to make sure the city manager, you're going to wait to hear from everybody and then give us some schedule of everything that we've talked about. And
Yes.
then we'll give you some feedback from that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other.
Okay. I have a few that I need to, May 2nd through May 8th is the Municipal Clerks Week, and I would like to recognize and extend my appreciation to our city clerk, Irene Jacobs, and our deputy city clerk, Michelle Manousis, and the staff. I want to thank you for everything you do. Michelle, if you pass it on to
I will.
all your staff. Thank you. May 3rd through 7th is the Teachers Appreciation Week. And again, I'd like to thank all the teachers for all the work that they're doing in preparing our youth for the future. May 9th through 15 is the Economic Development Week. And I'd like to recognize Karen Lemons for our Economic Development Director for her hard work and the support that she's providing to our business community in Tarpon Springs. And I'd like to let everybody know that I will not be here in the next meeting. I will be traveling to Greece for Easter. Vice Mayor Carr will be conducting the meeting, if you would. If I have access to Wi-Fi, sometimes on the islands it's not available. I will be asking to participate via Zoom, but it seems like, Wi-Fi is not always there because the bandwidth is very, very, very low. But the good thing is when I'm there, I will be getting in touch with the mayors of the new sister cities that we're going to get, the Jaya, Hydra, and Linda, so we can get the schedule and moving forward to the twinning ceremonies. Hoping that by fall, we should be able to do that, but just trying to get it set up while I'm there. So I need a motion to be excused for the next meeting.
Motion to excuse.
Second.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. And I would like to wish everyone happy Easter, happy Greek Easter. I'm hoping that this year that I went to church Sunday and it was so nice to see everybody there again, even though they were wearing a mask. Everybody kept the social distancing, but it was nice to see everybody back to church. So that's all I have. With that concludes the regular session meeting, and the time is 10:50 PM. On time.